This and you bring them to a track like this where it's not uncommon to use the bumper and put the chrome horn to somebody. And I think we're in for an exciting night of racing. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, definitely. I was just thinking about that, Andre, and it's going to be really interesting as this is the last race of the round of 8 until 4 of these guys advance to the final championship round at Phoenix. So these guys racing to get in, and like you said, a very close between the 09 and the 44, as Damaris Higginbottom is 5 points above the cut line, and the number 44 of Kevin Steele is 5 points below. So, and of course, like I said, Christopher Hammond's there, but yeah, Probst and Delaney. Probst being 43 points below the cut line, and Delaney being 49 points below. It's definitely a must-win situation there for either of them there, and so we're gonna see what they can do here tonight with 500 laps here at Martinsville.
500 laps of entertainment. Previous race results on your screen. Bryson Hicksonbaugh was the victor last week. Cameron Caldwell coming in a strong second. That's what put him in the good points position he is tonight. Randy Drumhiller with a really great performance last week. I don't think anybody really expected that, but there he is right there in the podium. Damaris Hickenbottom, P4 last week. Cameron Stone, Rich Petrucco, Wayne Grassy, Preston McRae, Dalton Mobley, and Alex Princeton in that 5 machine rounding out your top 10 for last week's results. But this is a new track, and it's a completely different type of track from where we were last week. So the previous race results may not really indicate too much for what's going to happen tonight. We're just going to have to wait and see. But one thing we do know is it's going to be absolutely entertaining. We should probably get into the starting lineup. Pace laps don't take very long at this track, especially. Starting on the pole tonight, it's going to be Bryson Hicksonbaugh in that 63 machine. And Jonathan Delaney, who remember was in that must-win situation, is going to be starting in second on the outside pole, row 1. Cameron Stone, he was quoted as saying that Martinsville is his favorite track on the schedule. He's going to be starting row 2 inside there in third. Christopher Hammond in 4th, Alex Princeton in 5th, Wayne Grassy in 6th, Cam Caldwell in 7th, Zach Probst in 8th, Kevin Steele in 9th, and to round out your top 10, it's Jimmy Costarellos, who, remember, had a really great performance last week, so he's looking to carry some of that momentum into Martinsville today. Behind them, it's Kyle Amon in 11th, Tyler Pinsigno in 12th, Brian Mabry in 13th, Matthew Woods in 14th, Brandon Pierce 15th, Nicholas Weatherby 16th, Randy Drumhiller 17th, Matthew Gaskins P18. Behind them, you got Logan Simmons P19, Nolan Hodgson 20, Josh Coppernoll 21st, Dakota Knoll 22nd, Damaris Hickenbottom 23rd. Remember, kind of close in the point situation there, so not the qualifying effort he was looking to have. Cody Bird starting 24th, and to round out the field, Preston McRae is going to be starting 25th. So that is going to be your starting lineup for tonight, and I'm excited. This is going to be quite the show. I love these short tracks, and I think with the qualifying order being the way it is, you got drivers like Damaris Hickenbottom who they need to have good runs. They need to get there to the end. They need to finish well, and they're starting further back in the field. So it's going to be interesting to see how these drivers approach that situation. When you have to start the race right in the midst of everything, right in the middle of the field where all the action's happening, but you got to stay clean, and you got to get up front and get all the points you can. It's kind of a catch-22. You can try to be fast and work your way up through the field and put yourself at risk, or you can play it safe and maybe sacrifice some points early on just to make sure that you're not in the inevitable wrecks we're probably going to see early on. But Nick, they are lining up, and what are your expectations as we rid up and get ready to go racing?
Well, as these guys just finished up practice, and during practice, Andre, I saw a lot of guys here, some of them, including guys like the 24 of Weatherby, Probst, and some others out there. They were kind of spinning themselves out, and that was near turns 3 and 4 I noticed the most. So I'm not completely sure exactly what to expect, but I think that maybe we're going to see some of that. Martinsville has always been at least a tricky track for me, as I'm not that great at not road courses, like short tracks. But I'm sure these guys are much better than me, and I can't wait to see what these guys do. So it's going to be an interesting race. 500 laps, I believe 263 miles here. I'm ready for some good racing.
Absolutely. I think we all are. They are making their way down the backstretch for the first time tonight. The lights are off on the pace car. So we're going to make our way around 3 and 4, and the pace car is going to make that early pit road entry, I believe. And no, we're actually going around one more time. The lights are off, but we are making a pace. So we're going to go around one more time, then we're going to get going green. You can see some special Halloween schemes on the number 6, Jonathan Delaney. He's running a Halloween scheme. And that's because obviously today is Halloween, so happy Halloween if you happen to celebrate it. I know the holidays kind of got messed up by COVID-19. I hope you guys are all staying safe and celebrating in at least some form or fashion, even if it's just staying home and watching some horror movies. Halloween, always one of my favorite holidays. But now, for real this time, we're working our way down the backstretch towards the green flag, and the lights on the pace car are indeed for real off as it makes its hard left turn. And Bryson Nixonbaugh is going to round the inside right along that curb and try to get the best jump he can possibly get in that 63 machine. Coming towards the front stretch, the flagman has waved the flag, but Bryson Nixonbaugh is going to check up the field, get on the throttle hard, spin the tires just a little bit. Despite that, he's going to get clear of second and third, and he is safely into the lead.
Inside line working well. Now the number 6, Jonathan Delaney, who I believe started second, now dropping down to just third as the inside line looks to be working. Currently third on that inside line. But third in the inside line is the number 5, Alex Princeton, the outside line, trying to get something working as the number 6 of Jonathan Delaney jumps to the inside, just following the leaders wherever they go, as it looks like the top 2 are taking off.
And that was Weatherby you just saw on your screen making his way down pit road. Not sure what the situation is there, perhaps a mechanical issue. We'll update you if we figure anything out, but for right now, on your screen, you're looking at the number 17 as well as the number 5, Alex Princeton. These guys are battling it out, and the way you race Martinsville has always been really interesting to me because this is one of the tracks where I could never decide if it's better to be up top or down low. And I think really it comes down to what part of the race you're in. Right now, early on in the race, it's usually better to be down low, running the shortest way around the track. But later on, as things get a little bit more intense, you can make the top work and you can get a run. As now we have a challenger for the lead. Cameron Stone put the bumper to his own teammate in 63, said, "See you later." Now he has taken over the lead. Cameron Stone in that 57 machine trying to pull away. We got a replay showing you guys exactly what happened. This was coming down the back stretch. You can see 57 machine looking to the inside and actually didn't quite get the bumper to him. Nixonbaugh seen him coming, said, "All right, I'm not dealing with that." Moved up high, let him go. So I think that's the smart call. Early on in this race, you know Cameron Stone is going to be aggressive. You know he wants to lead this thing. And Bryson Nixonbaugh is the only driver that is 100% locked into the Final Four. So he's got nothing to lose today. Even if he were to wreck out or something were to happen, he's going to be there competing for the championship at Phoenix. So when you see your teammate coming in with a head of steam on lap 6, yeah, you're not going to be too defensive, I wouldn't think. So those guys are going to continue to grow the gap back to third place. Jonathan Delaney currently in a little battle of his own for third place. He is definitely under heavy fire from the number 12, Cameron Caldwell. Cameron Caldwell having a strong performance last week and the week before, giving himself a good points cushion. As you can see, we're riding on board now with Amon in the stock car as he wheels it around the corner behind that 48 throwback scheme. I didn't know anybody was running throwbacks. That's pretty neat. But this battle, I'm still watching it further ahead of him between the 12 and the 6. The 12 has got around Jonathan Delaney. So Cameron Caldwell securely up into third. And he's kind of looking very reminiscent to last week, where Caldwell seems to have a little bit of short run speed, and he really is one of the few drivers early on who can compete and contend with the very strong high side team as he is making his way closer and closer with some pretty good lap times. You can see the lap comparisons between Logan Simmons and Alex Princeton. 19.8 around for Princeton, 19.7 for Logan Simmons, and a little bit of contact there, so gave him a bump, and around he goes.
Indeed, and a little update here on Nicholas Weatherby coming down pit road so early we saw it, and the reason for that is he was actually black flagged by race control, so that was a little interesting. He did have a planned EOL, end of longest line penalty, but for some reason right after he was given black flagged and was told to bring it down pit road. So that's the reasoning behind him going down pit road so early there that we saw in the first couple of laps. But still, near the front here, as you were mentioning earlier, Andre, I also believe that the number 63 of Bryson Nixonbaugh, Cameron Stone's teammate, Nixonbaugh has nothing to worry about. He's locked in. He's assured a spot here at Phoenix. So he has nothing to worry about. And it's early as well, so I don't think that you're really trying to be that aggressive so early. So I don't think Hicksonball is trying to really worry about anything, and I think he's just like, all right, Cameron Stone, he's not locked in, but I am. And we actually have a caution here, our first caution of the race.
Might
And
even
it looks like that's
back
the number
there.
175 around.
Yeah, 75. So you called it. He is the one that went around. We're going to take a look at the replay here. Heading into the corner, he's got the bottom lane, and looks like he just got a little loose. You mentioned you saw in practice a few drivers were getting loose in the corners just all on their own, and I think a lot of that comes down to brake bias. You have to brake really hard at a track like Martinsville. And when you do that, you're not only shifting the weight of the car, but you're also sliding your tires. So there's a lot you have to manage when you navigate these corners, and it's very easy to make a mistake, as you can see the 175 just did. Luckily, not too much damage. Everybody was able to get around him, and other than some flat spotted tires, which he can go down pit road and replace, no worse for wear. So he's going to be able to get back in this thing. Not very often you can say you spun out in front of somebody at Martinsville and did damage. But man, I'm seeing a lot of separation here. Half the field has opted to go down pit road, and the other half has opted to stay on the track. So you can see Jonathan Delaney leading the pack that took the option to pit. They're all going to be making their way into the stall right there. Among those who decided to stay out, you got Chris Hammond, Cam Caldwell, Bryson Hicksonbaugh, Cameron Stone. So these are guys who were up front pretty much from the very beginning, apparently deciding that about 14 laps or whatever they had on those tires wasn't really enough to warrant pitting. You've got Zach Probst also opting to stay out. Kind of an interesting call. I would say if you were any further back than 8, if I was in the car, I'd say, all right, let's pit, let's get fresh tires, see what the difference is now early on in the race. A lot of drivers opting to come down pit road and also opting to stay out. So Cody Bird now making his way down pit road as well. So that is a teammate to the 2 front runners thus far. So kind of a mundane caution, I would say. Just a single car spin. Luckily, not any damage for anybody involved. And pretty soon we're going to rack them and stack them and get back racing.
Indeed, and some drivers, like you said, about half the field and half. I mean, half the field took advantage of this caution and said, hey, this is a chance where I'm going to pit a little bit earlier than the other half of the field, who's like, I think I'm going to wait a little bit longer. So it's going to be really interesting. What we see here is these guys will pit another lap, while the others just pit a couple of laps ago. So pace car lights are still on as we are entering turns 1 and 2, and we'll see when they go off. I think maybe next lap or so they will go off, and then we'll be back racing here at Martinsville. So interesting race so far, and like you said, like we were talking about at the start of this broadcast, actually, Andre, the 175 just spun it around on his own, no initial contact before that. And like I said, I saw that a lot in practice. It was drivers spinning themselves out, and like I said, that really has something to do with brake bias too.
Brake bias, and also the fact that we are on the low downforce package. So you can see the spoilers on the back of these cars is a lot smaller than what we're used to seeing, because we are at a track that is under a mile. So we have the 750 horsepower low downforce package, and that's going to make these cars pretty squirrely to handle for a lot of these guys, especially if they're not used to driving them with this package, when the majority of the tracks that we go to has the high downforce low horsepower package. So definitely something they're going to have to adjust to as the night progresses, get used to the way the car handles. The pace car has made that left turn off the track. Cameron Stone this time is going to be the one to lead him to the green. We're going to see if his strategy at all shadows his teammate, and it doesn't. Instead of checking up the field like Bryson Hicksonbaugh, he just stepped on the loud pedal at the first opportunity, and in doing so, got himself about a 2-car length gap back to second place. Cameron Caldwell muscling around Bryson Hicksonbaugh. That is the power of starting on the inside. I honestly, at a track like Martinsville, I think it's better to start third than it is to start second, because just getting that inside line by default for these restarts is a powerful thing. And you can see Bryson Hicksonbaugh continuing to fall through the grid as the drivers who started on the inside are able to just kind of freight train by him until he's able to slot in. So he's going to keep falling back, but up front, Cameron Stone is going to try and outrun the number 12 of Cameron Caldwell. It's the Cam and Cam show. We saw this last week. We're seeing it again this week. Lap time comparisons, I love these. 19.6 last time around for Cameron Stone, 19.6 for Cam Caldwell. So incredibly close lap times. And these guys are going to be giving it everything they got in this early portion, trying to get that track position, because at a track like Martinsville, if something happens and you're further back in the grid, it's really hard to avoid. I'm not going to say it's impossible. Maybe not as difficult to avoid wrecks here as it would be at a track like Darlington, but it's still no easy feat. So putting yourself in a safe position, further up the grid, making sure there's not too many cars ahead of you or around you is definitely the strategy that I think a lot of these guys would prefer. And obviously, there's nowhere Cam Caldwell would rather be than in the lead right now, because while he does have a good points position right now, if he were to DNF, that could all change. Whereas if he were to win this race, he's locked into Phoenix. So he is definitely in a safe place, but not a 100% secure place. And he is racing just as hard as any of these other playoff contenders, such as Damaris Hickenbottom, who is maybe in a little bit more of a precarious point situation, 5 points above the cut line to the 44, Kevin Steele. And now, here comes the 12 car on the outside. He's going to get passed by the 25, it looks like. So down on the bottom, that 25 machine just made a really textbook pass. I mean, he set it up, he looked down low, the opening was there, and around he went. So Jimmy Costarello is showing a lot of speed, not only passing the number 12, but he didn't even lose any ground to the leader in doing so, which usually when you're battling with somebody, when you're passing cars, you kind of lose time to the guys ahead of you. Not Jimmy Costarello's. He got around that 12 car, and now he is on the bumper of the leader as we ride on board heading into 1 and 2. You can see it seems like he's outbraking Cameron Stone just a little bit, and he's even getting on the throttle a little sooner, so he's going to put the bumper to him. Not quite able to get down low. I think putting the bumper to him actually gave him a bit of a push forward, so a little bit counterproductive to trying to pass him, but they are going to remain bumper to bumper, and we're going to see, is he going to try to outbrake him here, maybe nudge him? No, he didn't nudge him here, but he gets these really strong corner exits where he's able to just to barely nudge Cameron Stone, and so far it's really only served to benefit Cameron Stone, giving him a little bit of a bump draft. Then now goes the 57 to the high side. Jimmy Costarello is going to try to get to the quarter panel in side draft, which side draft effect is going to be minimal at a short track like Martinsville, but it's still there. So you're going to see these guys using every strategy in the book, including side drafting, no matter where we go. Jimmy Costarello is now securely into the lead. He has cleared the 57, and now he's going to lead his first lap of the race. So that's an interesting change of pace. I think we were watching Cam, and we were watching that Cam and Cam show, waiting for them to kind of pull away from the field like they have in weeks prior. But then along came Jimmy Costarello, and he is flying right now. These lap times got to be insane because he is pulling away from some of the fastest cars in the field. 48 also, that's Matthew Woods. He is now challenging Cameron Stone for second. So really interesting top 5 right now, and not much stagnation. A lot of battling early on here at Martinsville.
And Costarello's now taking the lead and leading a couple of laps here, and I'm sure more. And I'm gonna take it back here to Bryson Hicksonbaugh, who is no longer in the top 10 even. He restarted second, and what I noticed was that may have got him out of the groove just a little bit was Christopher Hammond gave him a little tap on his left rear, near his left rear, and that kind of slowed him up a little bit, which checked the outside line a bit. Those guys jumped to the inside, and he didn't really have any help down there or up there on the outside. So I think that's how he just kind of kept falling back and back at the restart. So, but yeah, bringing it back to the front, that'll be the number 25 of Jimmy Costarello still leading the field. Looks like Cameron Stone in second behind them, and in front of Cameron Stone, the number 179 of Nolan Hodgson, who is lap traffic in 22nd currently. Yeah, I'm sure lap traffic isn't too rare to see, especially at a track like Martinsville, a short track. Of course, Martinsville being half a mile, you're going to get lap traffic pretty early on, and you're just going to have to stay out of the way as the others try to get around you, and get around them, of course, safely without causing it.
Absolutely. It's not too much different from Bristol in that regard. It's one of those tracks where it seems like no matter what you do or where you go, you're always going to be in traffic, just because there's going to be cars going a lap down. There's going to be traffic pretty much everywhere around you. And it puts the drivers in really tense situations sometimes, especially in these playoff races where perhaps some of the cars going a lap down will be cars that are eligible for the playoffs, and they need that lucky dog, or they need to stay on the lead lap. So they're going to be driving a little bit more aggressively as lap traffic than they normally would. If you're somebody who needs to win to move on to Phoenix, and the leader's coming to put you a lap down, and you're not sure you're going to get the lucky dog, you're going to try to stay on the lead lap. So you're going to throw some blocks, you're going to drive aggressively, and you're absolutely justified in doing so. I mean, nobody's going to fault you for doing your job, coming out here and racing for everything you got. So definitely a tense situation. Earlier on your screen, you were looking at Bryson Hixenbaugh just a minute ago, and I don't think that's a driver that's in a tense situation. Like we mentioned, he's locked into Phoenix. And he dropped all the way down the running order down to now P12. He was as low as 13th earlier, and I think he's just riding around at this point. He's locked into Phoenix. He's probably just taking it easy, maybe experimenting with the setups a little bit, and just really not much to really push for in that regard. And that kind of makes him unique, because I think he's the only driver in this field that is in that kind of situation. Everybody else is racing for something. The drivers who weren't in the playoffs are racing to be the highest finishing non-playoff driver, and the drivers who are in the playoffs, other than Hixenbaugh, are not locked in to the Final Four. So they are absolutely pushing their machines and trying to get the best finish possible. Now, this is something interesting I'm noticing. Jonathan Delaney, who was one of the cars that led those who opted to pit down pit road, is working his way up through the field. He's caught the 48 of Matthew Woods. He is about a car length behind him, and he is slowly but surely carving his way through the field on about 14 fresher lap tires. So that 14 laps is quite a bit, and that's why I was surprised to see a lot of these guys who stood out make that choice. I kind of thought these guys would see a little bit more value in the tires than what they have. But again, at Martinsville, something to note is it's difficult to make a pass no matter how fresh your tires are, because it's flat, it's slow, it's short. It's just not ideal for passing unless you're going to move somebody. And early on in the race, of course, you're not going to be moving too many people. So Jonathan Delaney, I think, has one of the best cars in the field right now due to the fresh tires. But you can see he is just stuck behind that 48. He is not really finding any openings. The 48 has exited the corner a little wide a time or two, but it's never been enough for Jonathan Delaney to strike and get around him. Now, if he is able to make that pass and continue his charge, and I would say he's going to be a threat, so we'll keep an eye on him. Is now, a little bit of a tap to the 48 from Jonathan Delaney. And again, I think we've seen this a lot tonight, Nick, where these drivers push them coming out of the corner, but all it does is help the person they're pushing. It really doesn't aid them to make the overtake. So I think these guys are kind of maybe working against themselves in a way when they push right there. I'm a little surprised the cars are even stable enough to do that. With this low downforce, high horsepower, you think maybe get a little bit more swirly when they get connected at the bumper there. But no, these guys are absolutely just pushing each other. It's pretty interesting to see. I didn't quite expect that level of aggression early on. But looking towards the front of the field, Jimmy Costarellos is in pretty heavy traffic as the leader. He is once again lapping Nolan Hodgson, who I believe has a little bit of front-end damage. I think that's the second time he's going a lap down, possibly an issue with that car. And then it's the third time he's gone a lap down, actually, correction. And ahead of him, he's going to be catching up to Josh Coppernell in that 42 machine, who will be going a lap down. So the 25 has a pretty comfortable lead, 3.3 seconds, but he is in traffic. And that always plays a part, so we're just going to have to keep an eye on him. And, Jimmy Costarellos, an unexpected but welcome leader early on.
He just came up from the somewhere there, closer to the front, but wow, the number 6 of Jonathan Delaney continuing his bumps on the number 48, still giving him little nudges, as Jonathan Delaney has been super close to the number 48 of Matthew Woods. As you can see, still bumping him there. We're taking a look on the camera of the back of the number 48 of Matthew Wood, who is currently running in third, as these guys are now coming up on lap traffic here, as the number 179, like we were talking about earlier, Andre Nolan Hodgson, as they're going to get around, it looks like, at least the number 57 of Cameron Stone. And last time by, or here, I'll actually call it by this time by, it looks like that the number 57 of Cameron Stone, who is running second, is about 3.5 seconds back behind your leader, the number 25 of Jimmy Costarellos. So the number 25 has a pretty big lead, but we have to remember that he's in a little bit of, well, it was heavier earlier, but still in a little bit of traffic here. And Jonathan Delaney made the move on the number 48 of Matthew Woods. And it's Matthew Woods now behind Kyle Amon, who is passing him on the lead lap. Now looking to pass Jonathan Delaney as...
Tell you what,
little contact with the wall there. Little hit of the wall with Kyle Amon. He just barely scraped it. But yeah.
I'll tell you what, Jonathan Delaney is really kind of showcasing what I talked about earlier, how you can have the faster car and have the fresher tires, but passing is just really difficult because once he got around the 48, he caught up to Cameron Stone in no time, and now he's on the bumper. We're riding on board, and you can see he is right there, giving him the little love taps, coming out of the corner, making his presence known, but so you can see he's just got that much more speed. He was able to catch up to Cameron Stone once he got around the 48, but he's just stuck behind him. He's just riding. There's nowhere really he can go until a better opportunity presents itself. And obviously, you know, if you're the number 6 in this situation, if you're Delaney, you pretty much have to win to get in. You're going to be a little bit aggressive. So if I'm Cameron Stone right now, I'm sitting there thinking, this guy needs to win to get in. I've got a pretty good points cushion. Maybe I don't play it too defensive and risk getting spun or an incident occurring. So we're going to see how that plays out. But if the number 6 can get around Cameron Stone, back to my main point, he's got way fresher tires, 14 laps fresher tires, and he may have the speed to run down the leader. I mean, you got to remember, we've got a fair amount of racing left in this stage, and if he can get around 57 within, I'd say, the next 10 laps, he's got plenty of time, assuming this remains green, to catch up to the leader and attempt to make something happen. So definitely some strategy playing out early on. Jonathan Delaney being the contrarian, being the first one to come down pit road and say, nah, I'm not staying out. And so far, it's worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this stage 1 is 130 laps. The stage will end at the end of lap 130, and we are currently in lap 58 here, now coming up on lap 59 out of 130, as you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. So, like you said, as long as it stays green, I think this is going to be some interesting racing because, as we mentioned earlier, lap traffic, and these guys are still trying to get around lap traffic, trying to get closer and closer to Costarelos, but as you mentioned, Jonathan Delaney and Cameron Stone, these two, but close now for the last few laps. Now, Cameron Stone came into this race second in the playoff picture, while Jonathan Delaney came into the race being last in the playoff standings out of the round of 8, 49 points below the cut line. So, pretty big gap there between these two, playoff-wise. I think it's going to be interesting as these two are still racing it out, but like you said, it's hard to pass here at Martinsville. I mean, we just talked about that because Jonathan Delaney did get around the number 48 of Matthew Woods and got right up to the number 57 of Cameron Stone, but just can't pass him, and he's been behind him for quite a while now. You just got to find the exact perfect moment to make the right move.
Right, and another thing to consider is Jonathan Delaney's probably thinking, I could move Cameron Stone, I could give him the bump, but that may end up damaging your car a little bit. I've noticed some cars early on that already have a little bit of front-end damage, or even some rear-end damage from being on the receiving end of a push, and that damage isn't going to affect you too much at a track like Martinsville, but it will affect you a little bit. And if you get that damage early on, it's really sort of an endurance to have to deal with that all race long. If it makes your car a little bit too tight or a little bit too loose, or it affects your handling in any way, it's tough to deal with that for the entire race. So a lot of these guys are just trying to keep their cars clean in the early portions, especially John Delaney. He's not really going for stage points. It doesn't really matter how many stage points he gets. He's still in a must-win situation. And he's probably thinking the best way to make sure he can win is to be there with a clean car at the end. So showing a lot of patience around Cameron Stone, definitely, I think, a smart call. As Jimmy Costarelos, he got that gap up to about 3.3 seconds, and now it's actually shrinking ever so slightly. Going through the corner, it was down to 3.0 seconds, now 2.8 as Cameron Stone comes out of turn 4. So I think this is kind of starting to showcase who has the long run setups, who has the short run setups, and you know what the strategies are there. Last week we saw a lot of variance. We saw it seemed like half the field had short run speed, half the field had long run speed. Now it seems like only a select few cars have short run speed. Jimmy Costrellis, of course, being one of them. But another factor, again, it could just be lap traffic. As we now
Well,
have
the
a yellow
caution comes
flag,
out
the
and
number
the 3
3,
goes
Brian
around.
Mabry is on the inside, and the 57 car of Cameron Stone actually got into
Oh, and
him,
around goes the number
receiving
162 of Zach Probst as well. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but I just saw the number. Here, we're gonna have a replay here.
So this is the number 3 car, Brian Mabry. He just got
Spins
loose in the
himself
corner.
out. Yeah.
And then
And then
the 57
yeah.
on my screen. The 57 had actually got into him. That was net code. So we're looking
Well,
on
this is
board
on
now.
board the number 57. So we're gonna see what happens here. I don't think I really saw anything with 57. May have. Oh, well.
That was a strange situation. I don't know if that was a little
Yeah,
bit of net
that was
code.
really interesting. But also, I'd like to point out that the number 162 of Zach Probst also kind of spun out as well.
That was right in front of the leader, too. That's a scary sight for if you're Jimmy Costrellis leading this race and you got a guy sideways right in front of you. Luckily, everybody was able to avoid getting damaged there. The 57 seems to be damage-free. As far as all of the producers can see, as far as we can see on our cameras, there is no damage. We're not sure if that is something that would show up client side or not, but it might have been a lucky break for the 57 to just barely tag him. And 57 is going to beat the number 6, Jonathan Delaney, out of pit road. So now this puts Jonathan Delaney in a bit of a, I won't say a disadvantage, but the advantage he had on those fresher tires is now gone because everybody's pitted, everybody's got fresh tires. So now we're going to see, how does the number 6 stack up on equal footing when he doesn't have that advantage of fresh tires? And how does Jimmy Costrello stack up now that they all got fresh tires? Is he going to be able to get that lead back that he had before? We know he's got a lot of really great short run speed, and this caution has given him an opportunity to really showcase that again and try and build up the gap. And additionally, we're on a clean track now, so there's not going to be any lap traffic for probably the first 7 or 8 laps of this stint here. So that's going to be an even bigger opportunity for these front runners to try and separate themselves from the pack if possible. But that was a pretty chaotic moment there. You had somebody spin out right in front of the leader. You had somebody spin out and almost collect a playoff driver. But ultimately, everybody really came out of that unscathed. Brian Mabry, a little bit of damage from the inside wall, but nothing race-ending. He's definitely going to be able to get back out there. So I think a lot of drivers just might have used up a lot of their luck early on there, Nick.
Yeah, that's very well possible. And you know what? That was, yeah, that if I was the number 57 of Cameron Stone, that was very scary to see. As well, from what we saw, it looked like that he barely just tapped the number 3 of Brian Mabry as he went around, and that was just so close. And I think he lucked out on that one. I don't believe he had any damage there, so that's great for him. But yeah, that was definitely a close call. He looks good on our screens. So, well, anyways, the pace car lights are after the. We're gonna go for the second restart here after this caution, as the pace car makes the left turn onto the pit road. The number 25 of Jimmy Costrello is going to be leading it off with, on his outside, the number 57 of Cameron Stone. An early start for the number 25, as he is going to keep the lead, but just behind him, the number 57 of Cameron Stone, directly right behind him, going to take it inside, as these two will be side by side. It looks like the number 25 let off just a little bit more than Cameron Stone did. And your new leader leading this lap, the number 57, Cameron Stone.
25 got a great restart there. I mean, he didn't spin his tires at all. He got a big gap, but then as we rounded our way through the corner, Cameron Stone just got a phenomenal corner entry, closed that gap right up, and then on corner exit, he was there to strike. So a great restart. We saw that early on in the race. Cameron Stone getting by his teammate in very similar fashion at the beginning of the race to lead some laps. But then, of course, it wasn't long before that 25 was right there to take that lead away. So going to see if his car comes to life here in a few laps. Jimmy Costrello trying to replicate that short run speed he had early on. And the number 6, Jonathan Delaney, just trying to stay alive, I think, at this point. His advantage is gone. Everybody's on the same footing here in terms of tires because they all just pitted. And it seemed like in that situation early on, in the initial start of this race, when everybody had the same tires, the number 6 was a little bit slower on the long run. So it was only when he pitted, got those fresh tires, that he really came to life. So we're going to have to see what kind of speed he gets through the run, maybe a bit of a long run setup for him. Cameron Stone, your leader, building up a little bit more of a gap early on than I expected, 0.6 seconds, 0.59 as we go through the corner. Jonathan Delaney and the 175 of Simmons not making it easy, though. They're definitely applying the pressure. Simmons, particularly, right up against the bumper of the 6. He is, whoa, a little bit loose. More than a little bit loose coming out of the corner. So now Cam Caldwell is going to look low, potentially attempt an overtake here as he is hugging that inside curb. He's going to get there. I think the 175 could have got a little bit defensive there, but he didn't need to. He actually used that high line to his advantage, got the run coming out of the corner, and was able to clear the 12 with Cameron Caldwell. So a good defense, but man, it just seems like these cars are trying to fight these drivers at every turn. If they get on the brakes too hard, they want to spin out. If they get on the throttle too hard, they want to spin out. So they're walking a fine line, and it seems like these setups are incredibly touchy for these guys tonight.
Yeah, and you just got to have it just perfect here at Martinsville. You got to run the track the proper way, and that's pretty much all you can do here. And it's like that for a lot of tracks, a lot of other tracks. And we were talking about passing, how tough that is here at a track like Martinsville. The number 25 of Coscarello's still in second, not being passed by anyone behind him like Delaney. And I'm sure that Delaney's maybe trying to pass him, but of course, Delaney's not focusing on stage points. Delaney's in a must-win situation, so I think he's just holding it off. He knows, I don't need stage points, I need the actual win, which isn't for a lot of laps here, as side by side now, as it looks like Jonathan Delaney getting passed by the number 175.
Cameron Caldwell got completely sideways there. I don't know how he brought that thing back. We're going to look at the replay as you can see him rounding the corner here. He's in a gaggle of cars. He's got a lap car ahead of him. He's got 2 cars battling for position in front of him. And then as he exits the corner, just a little bit too much throttle. Gets him sideways. He loses a little bit of time, but he's able to get that thing going the right direction, which is really impressive. That was absolutely crazy to see. Man, that was something. But Jimmy Coscarello's now under fire. That 175 machine, Simmons, has come to life. He got around Jonathan Delaney. He made a pretty much flawless overtake on that 6 machine. And now he set his sights on the 25. So the 175, I think, you hear the old adage, loose is fast. Well, the 175 is definitely loose. We've seen him get loose a few times, but despite that, he's still carving his way up through the field and applying the pressure to Coscarello's. All the while these guys are battling, Cameron Stone has extended his lead a little bit. You can see as we ride on board with Simmons.
Whoa!
Simmons
Brown
loose
goes to
again.
number 175, Simmons. The caution comes out for the 3rd time today. That was the number 175, as we saw on your screen. Got loose, and that time it was in turns 1 and 2. We're going to take a look at a replay here.
Sometimes loose is fast, and sometimes loose is just loose. And I think right there it was just loose. So, man, a lot of similar issues we've seen between pretty much everybody in the field tonight. It just seems like you get on the brakes a little too hard, and that's what happens. So now we're seeing a lot of cars come down pit road. Cameron Stone, Jimmy Coscarello, Jonathan Delaney, everybody who just pitted not too long ago is now coming down pit road again. So I think these guys learned from the first stint before that first caution when everybody kind of was split. Some of these guys stayed out, some of these guys pitted. And I think the guys who stayed out kind of learned from that. And now they're saying, okay, tires mean a little bit more than I initially thought. And now they're a little bit more trigger happy when it comes to choosing to pit. So they're working their way down pit road. Everybody trying to get the best entry in. Nobody mentions it that much, but this is a very difficult pit road to try and navigate. It's narrow. A lot of the pit stalls are in a hard left turn, which makes it that much harder to line your car up within the stall, especially with iRacing being a little finicky with what it considers a legal parking placement within your pit stall. So it's difficult, and I myself have made a number of mistakes in public races or just in league events here, trying to get my car into the pit stall when it's in that hard left turn, it's a bit of a pain, and it's something you're not used to because you don't really see it at too many other tracks short of Darlington, I believe, and maybe Rockingham. Of course, the Cup Series no longer goes to Rockingham, but it is a track available on the iRacing service. But yeah, everybody taking tires, and I would say it's surprising, but I think, again, with what they learned from that first caution and seeing how fast Jonathan Delaney was on just 14-lap fresher tires, I don't think they're going to take that risk of staying out again.
I don't believe so either.
Go ahead, Nick.
If you were to look on your screen there, it's now.
He may be having some connectivity issues with Nicholas. We're going to try and get that figured out. We do apologize. He's having some technical difficulties prior to the race. It happens to the best of us. It happened to me. I don't remember. I think it was Las Vegas I had technical difficulties like this. So we're going to try and work through that. But right now, the field's getting lined up. We're going to try to get this sorted out, get them double file and back to racing for the final stint here. Again, stage 1 is going to end at lap 130. We're currently on lap 90. So 40 laps sounds like a lot, but at a track like Martinsville where, we're clocking 19-second laps, 18-second laps, that's not very long. So definitely getting to the end of the stage. This is where the heat is going to be turned up. So definitely interesting there. We're getting doubled up right now. The lights off on the pace car. And we're going to get this figured out. So Jonathan Delaney, he's in P3 right now. And I mentioned earlier, it's usually better at Martinsville to start third than it is to start second, just because you get that inside line. So we're going to see on this restart if that benefits him or if Jimmy Costrellis is able to make the best of the high side and possibly fend him off or even take the lead from up there, which we haven't seen yet tonight. But who knows, as Cameron Stone steps on the loud pedal, the green flag has flown, and Costrellis is actually going to get a great restart. He's going to be able to jump down in front of Delaney, claiming that inside line for himself. So a phenomenal restart for the 25. If he had been stuck on that high side, who knows how many positions he would have lost. But being able to get ahead of that 6 car and get clear of him, that pretty much set him up to have clear track ahead of him to hunt down the leader. Jonathan Delaney now also under fire from the number 12 of Cameron Caldwell. They're battling it out, Nick.
Yeah, Cameron Caldwell and Jonathan Delaney. These two were just battling it out, and even before they were battling it out, and now they still are. And a lot of people have been battling it out here at Martinsville. And I do apologize for the technical difficulties that I was having earlier. I'm not completely sure what happened. It just required a quick unplug and plug in of my microphone. So that got all fixed, thankfully. And yeah, Cameron Caldwell still behind the number 6 of Jonathan Delaney. As Jonathan Delaney trying to hold off Cameron Caldwell, as we mentioned multiple times here tonight, Andre. It is tricky to pass here, and Cameron Caldwell just trying to find the right time to make a move on Jonathan Delaney. He's trying to look inside of him. I think he's going to get him here. These two are going to go side by side, and I think Cameron Caldwell is going to be able to make the pass. Coming out of turns 1 and 2, he does, and that'll bring Cameron Caldwell up to third.
It was a good defense effort by Delaney. He got a good run on the high side, but the low line is just so powerful at Martinsville. And whoa, we got a wreck in the back. Christopher Hammond is involved hard into the inside wall. Looks like they're still kind of scattering in front of him, but a little bit of, looks like maybe left front damage to that machine. We're going to take a look at a replay and see exactly what happened. Possibly just got a little loose like we've seen so many times tonight, coming out of the corner. And yeah, just all on his own, a little bit too much throttle. And, as a driver, that's a frustrating mistake to make, and you're, smacked in your steering wheel thinking, man, why did I do that? But he can't really beat himself up too much for that, because we have seen so many drivers just get on the throttle just that little bit too much. You can see him cranking on the wheel through the corner, and he can feel it getting loose before it even starts to go around. You can see his steering wheel start to move to the right before the car ever started to spin. And it was great reflexes by Christopher Hammond, but unfortunately, just a little bit too little, too late. And under this pit sequence, Jonathan Delaney is going to come down pit road. Now, we didn't make but maybe 5 or 6 laps under green right there. I wasn't necessarily counting. But half the field is going to pit with, once again, Jonathan Delaney leading the way. Now, this is similar to the strategy he pulled earlier on in the race, where he pitted after about 14 laps, and he was able to use those fresher tires to get all the way up into P3. So the competition, their tires aren't as old as they were back then, though. Like I said, we only made about 5 to 6 laps, so we're going to see how much of an advantage pitting for these tires is going to be for Delaney. It was definitely a risk, I think. He gave up a lot of track position to come down pit road when a lot of drivers stayed out. Costarellos, Cameron Caldwell, Kyle Lamont, Matthew Woods, Bryson Hicksonbaugh, Dakota Knoll, Wayne Grassy, and Logan Simmons. These guys all stayed out. So that's going to put the number 6 car pretty much in the middle of the field. He's going to have a lot of traffic to try and deal with. And obviously he has the fresher tires, so I'm sure his car is going to be feeling pretty good. But another thought I'm having too is, we're seeing a lot of these drivers get loose. We're seeing a lot of them just have the car start to get swirly on them. And I'm wondering if pitting for tires every single caution is almost a bit of a defense tactic. Get fresher tires with more grip so that when your car does get sideways, when it starts to get away from you, you kind of have that added grip from the fresh tires where you can counter steer, correct that thing, and just keep it going. Because as the run goes on, obviously that was a spin that happened pretty early into a stint. But as the laps wind down, it gets harder and harder to combat that slide that the car tries to initiate coming out of the corner. So maybe a little bit of a strategy call, taking fresh tires, keeping as much grip in that machine as he can get from Jonathan Delaney. But I'm going to be watching Logan Simmons, man. He doesn't have the freshest tires. He's a little bit further back in the field, but in these short runs, he gets some crazy runs, and he has made some impressive overtakes. So it looks like he's going to be restarting P9. We're going to see what he can do working his way up through the field as these guys are getting sorted out, and pretty soon we're going to get them doubled up and ready to go racing again.
Yeah, I believe the pace car lights should go out this time by as they cross the line here in just a second. But if I'm wrong, it will be next time. It is this time by. All right, so the lights are now off on the pace car. 2x2 all the way back. And the pace car's going to make a left when the time comes. And Cameron Stone will be leading the field. And like he has done, top 5's looking pretty much similar to what it has for a while now. As the 179 takes it down pit road along with the pace car. And coming to the green flag here, another time here at Martinsville Speedway, Cameron Stone with a great start. Number 25, not with the greatest start, but jumps to the inside, and up to second now is the number 12 of Cameron Caldwell. And by side now, Kyle Amon and the number 48 of Matthew Woods. Those two staying side by side.
A little surprised he was able to
keep an eye on this.
Like that.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job of it as these two are still side by side. Oh, and it looks like Amon hit the wall just a little bit there, and that's gonna take some time off of him. But these two still not. Well, there we go. Single file now. That was a little good side by side action there.
That was a battle, I think that's kind of maybe a little bit of foreshadowing. Kyle Lamont really has shown that he's able to defend on the high side. I think if he had not gotten into the outside retaining wall, if he had just kept it a little bit lower and pinched that car a little bit more, he could have defended for, who only knows how much longer. So later on in the race, if he's the only driver that can make that high line work potentially for an overtake, that could be a bit of a trump card when the rest of the competition is just viewing themselves at the bottom and unable to make the top line work. But further up the field, you're riding on board with Cameron Caldwell right up against the bumper of Cameron Stone. He's going to get a little bit loose on corner exit. Just that little wiggle, nothing severe, but he's going to lose a little bit of time and then make it all back up by outbraking Cameron Stone into the corner. How many times have we seen the Cam and Cam show in this league and on these broadcasts? It's always fun to watch because these are two fantastic drivers and they're two aggressive drivers. They're always fun to watch. Behind them, though, you can't discount the number 25, Jimmy Costarolos. We talked about him early on with that short run speed he had, taking the lead and building up pretty much the biggest gap for the lead that we've seen all night long. He's in third place, and he is running down the 12 and the 57. He has consistently been turning lap times that are faster than the two leaders, and into the wall he goes. Just a little bit too much. I think maybe just pushing the car, trying to get up to these guys. I don't think he got any damage from that, or if he did, it wasn't anything substantial, but he did lose a little bit of time, so he's going to have to regroup, try to get back in rhythm and catch these two leaders. So, man, just an unfortunate mistake because prior to that, he was running them down. I mentioned his lap times were pretty much making him the fastest car on the track, even comparable to the leaders. So,
Oh, the
caution
caution comes
out.
out as a car is around, I believe. I don't know who that was. I believe that was the number. Yeah, that was the number 61 of Kyle Amon who went around.
Gonna take a look at the replay.
Caught it on the
here.
corner of my eye. We're gonna see what happened here on the replay. Take a look at the orange car. That's Kyle Amon. Does the same thing we've seen pretty much for every caution.
Yeah, just a little bit too much brakes or too much throttle has pretty much been the cause of all of these spins. So I gotta wonder what the track temp is, because I mean, with these guys building this kind of setup, you know, you would think they build these cars a little bit more stable, but perhaps the track is just a little bit hotter than they were anticipating. I've seen that happen a few times where drivers get into a race and they look at the track temp and they go, "Oh man," because they're just not ready for a track temp that's that hot. So riding on board with Bryce and Nixonbaugh during all of this transpired pretty much right in front of him to make their way through the corner. You can see him start to get a little bit loose into the corner, and then around he went. 48 also getting a little bit loose on his own, not quite to the extent of Kyle Amon, but he did get a little loose there. So, man, these cars look absolutely evil to drive out there.
Definitely evil indeed. And you know that's pretty much what we've been seeing this whole entire race, at least with cautions. And I even saw it a little bit in practice. I was saying earlier how these guys just spin themselves out, whether it be in turns 1 and 2 or turns 3 and 4. And it looks like it's been a little bit on the favorite side of turns 3 and 4. I've been seeing it a lot, but either way, it's just what's brought out most of tonight's cautions. But yeah, you just gotta drive the track spot on the way it's meant to be ran, or the way it wants you to run, and you'll be good. But sometimes you just give it a little too much, and it just all happens from there.
Absolutely, and you know, I think maybe the track temperature has a little bit of a hand to play in this, because you know, when these guys build their setups, they're making them loose to be fast, but they're also trying to get a comfortable level of stability in these machines. And right now, it just looks like there is no stability. So it is kind of the middle of the afternoon. In the sim time, it's about 12:53. So absolutely, the sun is beating down on this track, and the hotter it gets, the slicker it's going to get. The track temp right now, 84 degrees, which is pretty high for a flat track. You got to remember, Martinsville has almost no banking. It's got a little bit of banking, but not really enough to help you out when your car starts slipping and sliding as your tires are trying to slide around on that hot asphalt. So the track's probably going to get cooler as the day goes on and the sun starts to move a little bit. Sometimes later on in the day, I don't think we're going to get to that point, but sometimes the grandstands can even block the sun a little bit. But a thing that might counter that too is the more these guys go around this track, the more green flag laps we have, the more rubber gets laid down, and that actually heats the track up in and of itself. So with all of these cautions, maybe we can get the track temps a little bit more under control. We'll see, but not much to go in this stage either. Lap 115 out of 130, so we're going to be going green with about 15 to go in the stage. It's going to be a new leader for this stage beginning, or the green flag, I should say. The 44, Kevin Consistency Steele, has found himself at the front of the pack. Not entirely sure how these old tires are going to work for him, but it was a bold move. We're going to see how it plays out as he gets a bad restart on the inside. The 175 and the 12 machine of Cameron Caldwell. Whoa! 3 wide contact between the 57 and the 25. Cameron Stone came across the radio and he apologized to the 175. He said the 44 broke in front of him and he wasn't ready for it. So we're going to take a look at the replay here and just watch this wild restart. You can see the 44 just a little off pace due to these old tires. Cameron Stone up on the high side, and a little bit of contact was enough to send him 3 wide, and hopefully not too much damage to anybody involved. Cameron Caldwell making his way down pit road, so some damage was sustained from that, it would seem, as now Cameron Stone, this is going to get confusing when we're talking about these two cams all night, is going for the lead on the bottom of the track. He's going to take it, and he is bringing Jonathan Delaney in tow. So up into P2, this is the furthest up the grid Delaney's been all night, and he is hungry. Remember, he is in that must-win situation, and he's proven he has the car to run up front. He has a car that could maybe contend for the lead. He's just got to be there at the end to strike for it. So he's playing his strategy out pretty much to perfection. Further back in the grid, Kevin Steele, who made that call to stay out and try and restart on the lead, hasn't fallen as far back yet as you might have expected based on that restart. He is currently going to cross the line in P6, so still within the top 10. The cars behind him are a little bit quicker on those fresher tires, but he's doing a great job playing it defensive. Even on those old tires, Kevin Consistency Steele is able to get that thing around the bottom of the track, play it defensive, and gather up as many stage points as he could possibly get. With 162 fighting back on the high side, he's going to make it work. Not quite clear as they go into the corner, but on corner exit, he's going to get on the throttle a little bit earlier. He's going to get clear of him. So now that's going to put Kevin Steele down to 7th. And in the 162, Zach Probst up into P6. Now contending for P5. He got to the inside of the 175 machine. He's going to have the preferred line as they go through 1 and 2. And he is now clear of the 175. So caution is forward.
And the caution comes out there wrecking in the back.
Oh, wow. That's the 36.
Wasn't completely sure as to who, but I see the number 36 of the 36 of Dakota Knoll back there. We're gonna get a replay of what happened. I wasn't completely sure. Looks like a little bit of contact from the number 5, and
looks like the 09 might have got a little bit of damage as well from that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hickenbottom did get a little bit out of that, and yeah, just contact from the 5 there. Right there.
They're racing hard, and sometimes when you're in that mindset, you're just pushing the car. If the guy in front of you gets on the brakes just 20 feet sooner than he normally does, it's really hard to react to that. And I think that was just two guys racing hard, and unfortunately, the 5 car just didn't quite get on the brakes as soon as he probably wanted to, and that has big playoff implications, because Damaris Hickenbottom, with that damage, that is going to affect the handling of that machine for the rest of the night. If he did get damage, he did get into the car that was there, but I'm not sure if he acquired any damage from it. Actually, looking at that car on pit road, he might have got away scot-free. So another lucky break, similar to Cameron Stone earlier in the race. Yeah, we're looking at that car right now. That thing is pretty much pristine. There's not a dent on that thing. So another lucky break for playoff contender Damaris Hickenbottom.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of lucky breaks here tonight, so it has been interesting. A lot of these lucky breaks, and it was interesting, this caution, because for the majority of the cautions that we've had tonight, granted we didn't have that many yet, since we're still in stage 1, we're actually coming up on the closing laps of stage 1, they've all been pretty much from just people getting loose, and that was one where it was a contact caution, and so that was a little interesting to see there. So a little contact from the 5 to the number 36 of Knoll, and
and we're getting closer to the end of the stage.
We're getting ready to go. Yeah, that too, and I believe next time by the pace car lights should go off, if my calculations are correct, and 80% of the time my calculations aren't correct, but I believe that the pace car lights will go off next time by. But yeah, we're definitely getting close to the end of stage 126 out of 130, and we'll be something like 128 out of 130 when we go green.
It's going to be a short stint to the stage, and again, stage points don't quite matter to most of the playoff contenders, because other than Damaris Hickenbottom, who is on the bubble, the drivers who are in are pretty comfortable and secure with their points with them, and the guys who are further back, they're pretty much in a must-win. So we are doubled up as we're making our way through the corner, and this is going to be a dash to the stage finish. So even though stage points don't necessarily matter to a lot of these playoff contenders, track position does. So I think they're still going to be jostling for position, trying to get everything they can, just like we saw earlier on before this caution, where they were battling it out. The number 5, as well as the number 175 was making a lot of moves there. But 57, Cameron Stone getting a fantastic start. He is going to get about a car length and a half lead, as the number 6 car is going to try to make the high side work so he can potentially get around the 48 of Matthew Woods, and he does. So he's going to get clear of Matthew Woods. That's up into P2. Now his sights are set on the leader as they come to take lap 129 out of 130. He's going to have 2 laps to do it, It's a 0.4-second gap, definitely something that's possible, but Cameron Stone, he's a fast driver here at Martinsville. Remember, this is one of his favorite tracks on the schedule, so he's going to be doing everything he can to win the stages, win the race, and getting around him is going to be a tall order. But Jonathan Delaney doing everything he can to try and make it work. White flag for the stage. They're going through 1 and 2. I don't think anybody has anything right now for Cameron Stone, and the caution has flown. I'm unsure if that was for the stage or if something has happened. Oh, the 12 car.
Oh, there was. Yeah. Cameron Caldwell, I believe, and Christopher Hammond involved in that. And I'm not completely sure what initially happened for that to happen. We're going to take a look at the 3Y TV replay. And that
was a
really interesting there. I think did Hammond maybe disappear a little bit, because he's known to have. Oh no, he didn't disappear. Somebody else disappeared. Was that Cameron Caldwell who disappeared?
So I think that was. Yeah, I think there was a couple things happening. So there was a checkup ahead of Christopher Hammond. He's riding behind Cameron Caldwell, and then he gets. Looks like Caldwell got a little loose because of the checkup, and then there was an accordion effect where unfortunately Hammond and Caldwell were just kind of bystanders there that were affected. So absolutely huge implications to the playoffs, because Cameron Caldwell did have a bit of a points cushion, but if he can't get that thing back on the track, or at least be semi-competitive, that points cushion is going to deteriorate really quick. So, man, that could be disaster for the number 12, Cameron Caldwell. We're going to have to keep an eye on him, see if he can't get it back out on the track, and what kind of pace that car has left in it. I'm not exactly sure how much damage he got. He took a couple of hard hits, so I'd imagine he's got a little bit. But we're going to have a word with Cameron, our stage winner, Cameron Stone, and see if we can find him in the voice chats here. Let's see. I'm trying to find him. I apologize. Let's see. Okay, we got him. We're going to move him. Actually, I don't have the permission to move him. That is not something I can do. So we're going to have somebody move him while we wait. We're going to take a look at the cars coming down pit road. We got a couple lap cars coming down pit road. And now, finally, we have Cameron Stone in the booth. Cameron Stone, you got a copy?
Yes, sir.
All right. A little bit of technical difficulties. I actually didn't have permission to drag you in here, so. Well, you won the stage. You did it in pretty dominating fashion. You fell back a little bit earlier on when the 25 kind of had that great run he had for a while, but after the caution, you're able to take it back, and looks like your car is one of the few out there that's just not fighting you. It looks pretty stable. So how's that thing feeling?
It's pretty hooked up, man. I'm able to get the power down a little bit earlier than some of these guys. I'm not fighting it as much off the exit. Rolling center really well. That's what I've been working on all week. So, just really happy with the way it feels. Got to keep this track position and keep good tires on it.
So you mentioned your car feels really good and you're not fighting it as much as the other guys. Do you think the handling is going to change as this race goes on? You guys make more laps, the asphalt gets a little bit warmer. How do you think the handling is going to change as we go forward?
I think it's going to get a little easier for everybody. So guys you see sliding on exit with this hot track temp, when the temp goes down, it's going to get a little bit easier, a little bit more grip. So you'll see these guys probably pick up some speed.
All right. Well, you're getting ready to go green. Thank you for your time. We're going to let you get into the race. And good luck, Cam.
Thank you, bud.
That was your stage 1 winner, Cameron Stone. We're going to have somebody move him back to his team chat as they go green. And it's the number 63, Bryson Hicksonbaugh, who is going to lead the beginning of this stage as they make their way out of turns 1 and 2. It's the 175 behind him in second place. Logan Simmons, a lot of speed in that sponsorless 175. He has been on track to get a podium position at minimum with the way he's been running. He's got a little bit of front-end damage, as you can see, but even so, not really affecting him that much as he is right up against the bumper of the 63 with a little bit of pressure from Cameron Stone. Now looking low on corner entry. The window's not quite going to be there quite enough, so he's going to have to ride behind him one more corner, regroup, figured out, looking low again. He is trying everything he can to get around the leader, but it's just so difficult to pass at a track like this. And on corner exit, he actually gets a run. He's going to get to the quarter panel of Hicksonbaugh. They're going to be door to door through the center of the turn. The 175, Logan Simmons, now your new leader, and he's going to bring Cameron Stone in tow up into P2. Seems like Bryson Hicksonbaugh is either just riding around because he knows that he's locked in, or maybe that car just isn't handling the way he wants it to. Perhaps just not really meshing with that car setup, because he is consistently restarted up front. He's put himself in good track position, and then it seems like it kind of fades as the run goes on. So maybe going to make some adjustments as time goes on, as the race winds down. But a battle for the lead as Cameron Stone has dove to the bottom of the track going into 3 and 4. He is going to get to the bottom of Logan Simmons. And Logan Simmons is loose. He spins in front of the field, back up to the outside. He hits the outside wall, but he steers clear of all of the traffic, pretty much saving them in the process. It was quick thinking on his part to get that thing turned back the other way. We're going to take a look at a replay, and around he goes. And I'm getting word that Logan Simmons is being parked. So the league has a rule. If you are the cause of 3 cautions on your own, you are going to be parked. And apparently that was the 3rd spin for the 175 of Logan Simmons. So that is gut-wrenching to see. That 175 was so fast. He was doing everything he could to keep himself up front. And just unfortunately, the car wasn't stable enough for him. He just kept getting loose, and he made too many mistakes. And that kind of, I think, puts a lot of other drivers on the chopping block, because Nicholas, how many cars have we seen that have spun out 2 times? 1 time, 2 times, and if they spin out on their own again, they might be the next to be parked.
Yeah, that's definitely a great point. I was just thinking about that too. For example, like some of these guys who are running near the front that may have spun out once or twice earlier on in the race. And if they spin out a 3rd time, they would be parked. And maybe if that for some reason happened to some playoff contenders, and then they happen to spin out a 3rd time, hopefully that doesn't happen in their case, but that would just be terrible. And that happened to the number 175 of Logan Simmons. But yeah, that's a rule. 3 times, 3 strikes, and you're out, I guess.
Yep, and he has manually disconnected, so he is out of the race. Again, just gut-wrenching to see. I was really impressed with the speed that he had in that machine. Even if it wasn't the most stable car out there, he was making the most of it. And I think that kind of is a testament to that driver's ability. It sucks it ended that way, but to take a car that was that evil, that was fighting him at every turn, and still be running up in the top 3 consistently is massively impressive. So unfortunate end of the night, but hopefully he can be back in the following weeks and try and make a showing, because we know he's got the talent. Now he's just got to get the car with a setup that he feels comfortable with, and maybe he can make something happen. But as these caution laps wind down, we're very early into stage 2, so probably going to see the aggression levels go back down a little bit. At the end of stage 1, things got a little bit more aggressive. The number 5 getting into the 36 machine, causing one of those cautions, a lot more 2 wide, even 3 wide racing at a couple instances as they were jockeying for track position. Now, beginning of stage 2, it's kind of like a fresh start, a soft reboot, if you will. These guys are going to be kind of feeling a little bit more calm, about as calm as you can be going around a paperclip at 180 miles an hour. And they're going to be trying to race a little bit more methodically, I think. And I think for Jonathan Delaney, that has been the story of the night, is just racing methodically. I would expect to see Jonathan Delaney drive a lot more aggressively than he has tonight, Nick. I mean, he's in a must-win situation. He's been so close to the lead, as far up the grid as 2nd at one point, and yet he's one of the few drivers I haven't seen bump anybody. I mean, he has been completely clean, racing as cautiously and courteously as he possibly can. And so it just seems like he's taken a methodical approach. And when you're one of the only guys doing that, that can play to your benefit. And we're just going to have to see how that plays out. But the lights on the pace car are off. It's going to make that hard left turn off of the track. Cameron Stone, once again, going to lead the way as alongside his high-side teammate Bryson Hicksonbaugh. And it is going to be a bit of a slow restart. The 57 checks up the field and then steps on the throttle. Looks like he might have spun his tires a little bit. He's going to slide up the track in front of his teammate. He is securely in the lead. Now Matthew Woods on the bottom of the 63 machine, trying to get around Bryson Hicksonbaugh for P2. Matthew Woods, we talked about him a little bit tonight, and he has had a lot of speed. That car has been pretty comfortable looking. He's another driver like Cameron Stone that we haven't seen get loose too often. Doesn't look like that car's fighting him too much. He definitely has a car that seems comfortable, and now, not only does it look comfortable, it looks fast. He's up in the P2, trying to run down the leader. And behind him, Jonathan Delaney, now moving to the bottom of Bryson Nixon. He is going to try and secure that overtake. Not quite as they make their way down the straightaway. He's almost going to get clear, not quite enough. And then through the corner, he is going to get clear, securely up into P4. So Kevin Consistency Steele now freight training around Bryson Nixon. It just seems like that car is not there for Bryson Nixon. That 63 machine is just not having the short run speed. So unfortunate for him, but definitely fortunate for his high side teammate, who is now built up a 1 second lead in a short amount of time that we've been great.
Yeah, and you were talking about, Andre, that we were talking about Matthew Woods, and now he's in second, but who we were also talking about a lot earlier on, who was actually in the lead earlier, well, further back earlier, sometime in stage 1, the number 25 of Jimmy Costarellos. He's in third place, and he's been looking pretty good throughout this whole race here today at Martinsville. He's been looking fast, so I'm thinking that maybe he's going to be definitely staying up here, top 3, top 5, somewhere in there for a lot of the race. But as you mentioned, Jonathan Delaney currently in 5th as Zach Probst made the move on him. Yep, coming to the line, Jonathan Delaney being scored 5th right now. And like you said, he's in a must-win situation. I think as well that soon he's going to start driving more aggressively, as the top 4 are starting to kind of pull away a little bit from him. Yeah, so
on your screen,
like you said, I definitely think he's going to start running more aggressively soon.
Definitely as the race goes on. On your screen, there's a bit of a reminder of the playoff points going into this race. It was whoa, 162.
Whoa, and the 162 and the 20, but no caution. I was checking the playoff graphic, and I saw that on the corner of my eye. They make contact, Zach Probst and Costarellos. No caution as the 25 starts to drop back, as he'll make his way down. Oh no, he's gonna just take it to the garage, it looks like. Yeah, you can see that contact there.
What happened to Zach Probst there was he got into the corner. He got to the bottom of the 25, turned into the corner a little bit too deep, actually hit the curb. He bounced off of the curb up into the 25, which then sent the 25 careening into the outside wall. So Jimmy Costarellos has opted to take the car behind the wall. He is out of the race. He has ended his night. So just an unfortunate end to what really started out as a promising race night. He took the lead early on. We were praising his short run speed, and just a tough way to end the night. You don't really, I mean, I guess you kind of expect tough racing here at Martinsville, but you don't quite expect somebody to bounce off the curb and get into you quite as wildly as what just occurred. So all of that happening was pretty much right behind the leader, and that has allowed Cameron Stone to build up a 1.4 second lead. This is pretty much the biggest lead we've seen since Costarellos built up that 3 second gap earlier on. And now the yellow flag flies again. So we're going to have to identify what happened there. Potentially, yeah, we're looking around the track. Nothing has been identified yet. We'll update you if we do see something. In the meantime, it was the 179, just loose on his own. So a caution just for getting loose. And obviously he was on the racing surface. He was not really out of harm's way. That's why the caution came out. Definitely a good call, I think, even if it was a single car spin. That's a good call. Why the other incident wasn't a caution? Well, sometimes the racing gods do not smile. But the 57 is going to lead pretty much everybody down pit road. I don't think anybody is really opting to stay out at this point. We made quite a few laps under green, so this is going to be a good opportunity. If Matthew Woods can get a really good stop and maybe gain just enough time to beat Cameron Stone out of the pits, maybe that's a good way to start up front. And I think we've seen so many times that restarting from the lead and even on the bottom lane in general is a huge advantage. So pit road. It's a good way to gain some track position if you get a good stop, a good entry. Cameron Stone probably taking it pretty easy down pit road. We've seen him have pit road issues in almost every race this year at some point or another. But that is not the case tonight, as he is going to have a fantastic stop. He's going to get out ahead of the 162, Zach Probst. 48 actually lost a little bit of track position, so Jonathan Delaney got around him, and that's going to put him up into P3 for this restart on the inside. And man, Zach Probst in that 162 car, he is on the move. He's going to be restarting second, and he has just slowly been working his way up through the field. He's got a lot of camera time. He's been around a lot of the incidents that have happened, but he's been able to avoid most of them, and luckily that consistency is what has got him up into this podium position. So that car's been fast. It's looked comfortable to drive, and now with a front row starting position, we're going to have to see what he can do with it.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see, and haven't really talked about that much about Zach Probst, but we've definitely seen him up here during this race, getting around a lot of the accidents, and just been near the front, making his way up front, and now up to second. He'll be starting on the outside of the front row when we go back to green, and of course right behind them, the number 6 of Jonathan Delaney, who, like we've mentioned multiple times, Andre, is in a must-win situation. But we're currently in stage 2, probably wanting to stay up there, of course, until stage 3, and try getting the win, at least in his case. So definitely going to be interesting here. We are currently on 163. And it'll be a little bit more, of course, when we go back to green.
And as we get into double file here, a little bit of drama brewing in the driver chat. Jonathan Delaney quoted as saying, and Zach is the one saying, keep it clean. This is obviously in reference to the incident that happened a little while ago when he got into the 25. So Jonathan Delaney perhaps not too pleased with the 162. I don't think that's anything to be mad at Probst about. Like, when he got into the 25, that was a racing incident. He just misjudged the corner entry, bounced off the curb. Definitely not something to be too upset about. But maybe Jonathan Delaney doesn't see it that way, and they're restarting in really close proximity to each other. So one row of separation in separate lanes is all that separates them as Cameron Stone steps on the loud pedal, and Delaney quick to get to the bottom, but he's not quite going to get the restart quick enough to get to the inside of the 162 Zach Probst. They're going to pretty much get single file before we even get out of the first turn. Wayne Grassy a little bit further back on the edge of your screen. He's been working his way up through the field. Not quite had the car setup that he's had in the last few weeks, but despite that, he's been running pretty consistently within the top 10 in and around it. So a solid showing from him. Bryson Hixenbaugh now going side by side with Randy Drumhiller, who again had a phenomenal run last week. Randy Drumhiller really came to life at the end of that race, and we're going to see if maybe he can repeat that this week. Who knows? It's a little bit further back in the grid right now, but as the laps wind down, maybe look out for Randy Drumhiller to be the closer again like he was last week. But 162 showing a lot of muscle. He is not letting Cameron Stone drive away with it. He has pretty much maintained the gap, not letting him pull away or not really getting too much closer. The lap times have been pretty identical. Meanwhile, Jonathan Delaney behind them under fire from Matthew Woods. So kind of two separate battles going on up front. The battle for the lead, the battle for second. Kevin Consistency Steele lurking back in P5. So he is also working his way up, finally further up the grid with fresh tires. Last time he was this far up the grid, he had old tires. It didn't work out too well for him, but it did get him the track position he needed. And now, on equal footing, he's up into the top 5. So that's definitely the kind of run he needs. Again, Kevin Consistency Steele needs to be consistent because his point situation is uncertain at best, and a win right here to lock himself into the Final Four, I'm sure, is something that he would love to get. So we'll keep an eye on him as the race progresses. But now Jonathan Delaney's car seems to be coming to life just a little bit. He was under fire from that 48. They were pretty close, less than half a car length. Now, about a car length and a half, depending on where they're at on the track. So maybe a little bit of a long run setup for that 6, maybe coming to life right now. And further ahead of them, the 57 is now growing a little bit more of a gap. The 162 was applying the pressure. He was pretty much right on the bumper. Now about a car length back to second place from the leader. And a little bit of separation early on. And I think this is what I was talking about earlier on. You can see these lap times are nearly identical. It was a 19.466 for Cameron Stone, and a 19.495. So absolutely incredible. 300ths of a second separating the lap times of these front two drivers. And another thing to note, Zach Probst is in dirty air. He is behind the leader. That is going to be disrupting the handling of his car. And even still, he's turning laps identical to the leader. So if he could get ahead, if he could get himself in some clean air, I'd be curious to see what he could do. He got a little bit loose getting onto the backstretch there and lost a little bit of time, but he was able to make a pretty swift recovery. Last time around, it was a 19.598 for Cameron Stone, 19.666. Obviously, got a little bit looser. Getting out of the straightaway, that would be lap time was a little bit slower that time. But yeah, riding on board, and he is trying to close that gap. Progress doesn't seem to be there.
No, not at all. And I don't know. There's definitely a gap starting to form more and more, especially there between the number 57 of Cameron Stone and the number 162 of Zach Probst. Currently coming up on lap 176 of lap 260 of stage 2. That is right, stage 2 will end at the end of lap 260. Just something to note there. And basically same top 3 we've seen since the restart. Cameron Stone, Zach Probst, and of course Jonathan Delaney, the must-win situation. Jonathan Delaney.
We're watching watching a pretty good battle right now between the number 5 and the 24. Now remember, the 24 actually received that black flag early in the race, had to make his way down pit road, and he's had a pretty solid recovery. He's back up into P7, Alex Princeton P6. Obviously, Princeton being involved in one of the incidents earlier on doesn't seem to have really affected him too much. He's running pretty solidly just outside of the top 10, trailing Kevin Steele. And as we ride on board, you can see just how close these guys are getting in the corner. When they get on the brakes, that gap closes, and it really shows the reaction times you got to have.
And the caution's out. Not completely sure what that is all about. Looking around the track,
might have been the 179. Hodgson in the 179 said, "I'm going to park it." So I'm assuming that was his third incident. And it was the 179, so he got loose, slid up the corner, locked up the brakes, and then immediately got the toe out of the riding on board as that all occurred. Going into the corner, you can see just a little bit too much braking. Just got the rear end sideways on him, and it's a mistake we've seen time and time again tonight. And interestingly enough, Cameron Stone is going to lead him down pit road, but among those who didn't pit, it's one driver, the 24, Nicholas Weatherby, is going to stay out. So of the lead lap drivers, he was the first one to stay out. He's going to inherit the lead. That's going to be fun to watch. If he can try and fend off the cars behind him with these slightly older tires, that could be huge. I mean, we've talked about how passing is so difficult at this track, and track position can just make life so much easier. So this is a strategy that Kevin Steele tried earlier in the night. He tried to stay out. But of course, that was after a longer stint. This stint wasn't that long. Perhaps the 24 is going to be able to make something happen on these older tires. We're just going to have to wait and see as they make their way off of pit road. Other than the cars who stayed out, the running order in terms of the pit road really didn't change. Cameron Stone won the race off pit road, so he's going to be restarting P3 on the inside. Everybody behind him pretty much remaining in the same running order. And it's a routine stop for pretty much everybody involved.
Indeed, and as the pace car lights are once again on, and it looks like the number 64 making his way down pit road. This is the number 64 of Cody Bird. I don't think anybody else is coming down. Oh, well, Cameron Caldwell is also coming down here on this lap. But other than that, these guys already made their pit stops. Leading the field now, and going to be leading here at the restart, is the number 24 of Nicholas Weatherby. Great first name, by the way. So, gonna definitely be interesting to see if Nicholas Weatherby can hold off these guys who took fresh tires with some old tires. So we're definitely gonna see what he can do here and how well that'll work out. Like we've mentioned, passing is tricky, but when you're holding somebody off with old tires, sure, it's tough to tough to pass at this track. I think that it won't be too much of a challenge for them to get around the number 24, but I mean, we'll see what happens here as the pace car lights go off. We are one to green.
Anything's possible, and I think with what we've seen with how strong Cameron Stone, Zach Probst, John Delaney, Matthew Woods, these guys are strong. They're fast. And if you want to compete, sometimes you just got to throw the wrench at it and just try and figure out a new strategy or just do something different from what the competition is doing. And in the case of Weatherby, he's worked his way up through the field after getting that black flag early on. And now he's going to be restarting in the front, even if he has those older tires. So he's trying something. We're going to see if it pays off as the green flag flies. It's a pretty routine start. They stayed side by side going into the corner, but now the 24 is going to slide up a little bit. That's going to allow Zach Probst to get down to the bottom. Cameron Stone, a little bit of contact with the 24. Cameron Stone a little bit overzealous as they go 3 wide, and now Weatherby is going to have to try and fall in line wherever he is able. Jonathan Delaney now working his way by, and Alex Brinson is going to try to follow along, just absolutely getting freight trained. And that's the risk you take. It was a bold move. He tried something, and I can respect that. Unfortunately, now contact with the 44. Kevin Steele has now pushed him up the track. It seems like there is a magnet in that 24 because these other machines are just being drawn up into it, dropping rapidly down the grid, now falling outside of the top 10, nearly outside of the top 10. Just unfortunate that the strategy played out like that, but again, sometimes you got to try. You just got to try, even if it doesn't work out. Further up the grid, it's pretty much the same story we've seen all night long. 162 trying to trail down, or no, I believe the 162 is actually currently leading the race. I'm sorry. But he's got quite a big gap. He's got 0.8 seconds to Matthew Woods. Cameron Stone right behind Matthew Woods. But I mentioned earlier, if that 162 found himself in a lead, if he found himself in clean air, he could be dangerous. He could be really fast because he was turning lap times comparable to or even faster than the leader while he was in dirty air that was affecting his handling. Now, that's not a problem he has. He is absolutely flying. 19.1 last time for Zach Probst and 0.2 slower.
Caution out
for the second.
And I think that is Hickenbottom. Yeah, his car is a bit torn up, at least near the back from what I'm seeing. Yeah, definitely some damage on him. Unless that's from previous, but and that's previously, but just spun himself out. I mean, like the majority of cautions we've seen today just got loose.
That was, we're going to ride on board. You can see coming out of the corner, very reminiscent of what we saw with Caldwell earlier and a few others, just a little bit loose on exit. And I believe prior to that happening, Hickenbottom did have a run-in with somebody on the track. He was on the radio talking to another driver. It did not sound like they were exchanging pleasantries, that's for sure. So maybe a little bit more to that story than just getting loose. Perhaps something happened to kind of disrupt his aerodynamics or something earlier on. But he's going to have to try to get as much of that damage fixed as possible because with only a 5-point safety net in the playoffs, falling too far back is going to put him out of the show for the Final Four. So definitely going to have to be a rally now from Damaris Hickenbottom. But we know he's capable. He has been faster than he's ever been these last few weeks. He's had a lot of speed, some really great performances, and we were really waiting for him to carry that momentum into Martinsville. And he wasn't quite running up front, but he was pretty much steering clear of any of the incidents and things like that. But I think we might have had an incident with the 57. The 57 has come across the radio. Did not sound pleased. We'll put it that way. Now he has a little bit of damage to the right-hand side. Possibly an issue exiting pit road. That would be not uncommon for Cameron Stone, but definitely big in this race. That has huge playoff. So we're going to take a look at the replay, I think, as Cameron Stone works his way back down pit road. So 57 machine working his way off of pit road. Coming down the backstretch. And the 17 just comes down into him. I think the 17 was going to try to go down to pit road. And the 6 is involved in that as well. Wow. Almost involved. He had to check up. Lost a little bit of time there. I thought he was involved bigger than he was. But yeah, the 17 was just trying to come down to pit road. He had no idea Cameron Stone was down there. So now the 57 back down pit road, getting some damage fixed on that thing. This is going to be absolutely disastrous for our stage 1 winner. Huge development here, Nick.
Indeed, and wow, that's unfortunate there. And you can see Cameron Stone and Christopher Hammond right next to each other there in the pits as Cameron Stone makes his way off pit road. But wow, that was a really, really unfortunate mishap there for stage 1 winner of Cameron Stone. But anyways, the pace car lights are off as Zach Probst will be leading the field. As soon in just a bit, the pace car will be making that sharp left down to pit road, and we will be going back green flag racing here on lap 195 when we go back green. So this is going to be interesting here. And on the outside of Probst, the number 48 of Matthew Woods. And of course, just behind them in third is Jonathan Dulaney. And Zach Probst is off with a great restart. And Matthew Woods going to get behind him. And I believe we're going to stick like this. And Zach Probst, when he's in that clean air, he has been turning some fast laps. So as long as he can stay up front there and run some clean laps, I think he's in good hands.
Absolutely, and if he could get a win and lock himself into the Final Four, that is huge. That changes the picture of the Final Four pretty much completely. So he's definitely going to be giving it everything he has to try and win this race, and he's been putting on a great performance so far tonight. Just an update on the Cameron Stone, Christopher Hammond situation. Hammond has been on the radio profusely apologizing, saying, "I didn't know you were there. My spotter said I was clear. I'm sorry." So it was just a mishap. I mean, the spotter said he was clear. He's going to the garage. He's going to take it behind the wall. Unfortunate end to his night and his playoff hopes. I mean, it was just an unfortunate situation when you think you're clear, your spotter is telling you you're clear, and you turn down and there's a guy there. I mean, there's not much you can really do. Just a rough situation. I don't know what more to really say about it. He apologized, though. He owned up to it. And in a situation like that, that's really the best thing you can do. So we're watching the race for the lead. I was going to call it a battle, but tell you what, Zach Probst really isn't making much of a battle. He is kind of just making it a showcase because he is driving away with it. His lap times, phenomenal. Just like the previous stint before the caution, he is pulling away. Matthew Woods, not to be denied, though, he is still running back there in P2. Maybe not quite as quick as the 162 as of right now. But he's keeping it clean. He is turning some good laps and waiting for that opportunity to win. So looking further back in the field, that's the 44, Kevin Consistency Steele, tailing the number 5 machine, Alex Brinson. Alex Brinson has been surprisingly strong tonight. That 5 car, he's had some good runs. He's even made some interesting strategy calls in the previous weeks. But he's never been, like a consistent top 5 factor, it seems like, the last few weeks. Now they come to the short track with no banking, and he is here. He's put on a great show tonight. It seems like the car setup is exactly how he wants it, and he has been slowly but steadily working his way towards the front. And I think you give him a couple more cautions, a couple more opportunities to work on that car, he's going to be there. So what a story that would be if the number 5 could get up there and maybe even nab a win and steal it from the playoff contenders. Looks like Delaney might have got into the wall a little bit there on corner exit. Wouldn't be the first time. A lot of these guys are just pushing the car so hard around this track that you slide up on exit and there's not much you can do. That wall wants to jump out and hug you. There's the number 12 machine behind the 5, who, remember, was involved in that really violent spin earlier in the race. And he was multiple laps now. Now he's on the lead lap up into P8. And if you look at the front of that machine, not too long ago, he was missing his front splitter. Now they got a new one on that machine. And he's not looking too beat up, as the caution has flown again. So we're going to try
What was that one before? Oh, the 53. Yeah, I caught him trying to get his car straightened out. I think he may have spun out. Like, oh, that's not good. I thought that was just going to be a normal spin there, but kind of went to the right and got to that wall.
It's a little bit of an overcorrection. You can see going into
the that's definitely what it looked like, and bam, right there. So that'll be Preston McRae, the number 53. Has a lot of guys making their way down pit road for yet another time, but others not too many staying out, and I don't know why you would.
Well,
So,
the 64 Cody Bird, he is staying out because he wants to lead more laps. I've been talking to him in Snapchat while this race has been going on. I don't condone Snapchatting and driving, ladies and gentlemen, but earlier when he led a lap under caution for staying out, he messaged me. He said, "I led a lap." So I think that's what he's doing. Um, so that's what he's going to be doing. But right now, pretty much everybody is going to be working their way out of the pit road. We got somebody in the infield care center. That's Chris Hammond, who is involved with that situation with Cameron Stone. We're going to bring him up. Chris Hammond, you got a copy, bud?
Yeah.
Chris, just a gut-wrenching end to your night. You had a lot of speed early on, but it just seems like trouble managed to find you, and then you had that bit of a run-in under yellow with Cameron Stone. What exactly happened there?
Yeah. Interesting. Well, basically what happened with Stone there is basically I got the lucky dog, and when you get the lucky dog, until you catch the field, it keeps yelling out, your spot keeps yelling out random numbers and stuff, and kept saying, catch the blah blah car, catch the blah blah car. So it never even told me someone was underneath me. So I went down, and oh crap, there's a car there. And yeah, that's how that happened. So I just decided to park it after everything. I spun out myself, got a little bit of damage, but nothing too major. And then during a caution, all of a sudden my screen froze coming into the turn after I came out of pit road. So then all of a sudden I have 5 minutes of damage, and then something happened in the back, and I got put into the wall and got 9 minutes damage. So, yep, that's how my day has been. Just gotta laugh.
Definitely a rough day, and we hate to see it. But at least sounds like you're kind of taking it in stride, despite how frustrating it's got to be. And all I can say is we just hate to see it for you, and we hope that next week goes a little bit easier for you. Because it seems like Lady Luck was not on your side tonight, and neither was your spotter. So we thank you for your time, and we wish you the best of luck next week, man.
Yep, that's basically how it goes. And
right.
It was basically a win or doesn't matter anything else. So at that point, it didn't even matter.
Absolutely, that's the playoff stress. It's you got to do what you got to do, and you got to try to push. And sometimes it just doesn't work out. So again, we're sorry it ended that way. But we're looking forward to seeing what we can do next week.
Yep, thanks guys.
Thanks for your time. That was Chris Hammond, as the restart has already taken place. The 162 Zach Probst back in a familiar position, up to the lead, and the 48 right up on his 44 got a little bit of contact with the wall, I think. So not sure how much that's going to affect him. I got the wall again right there a little bit. Seems like maybe not handling the way he wants it to. But Jonathan Delaney, I didn't even notice that. He's kind of trapped on the high side. He's going to have to try and slot in down in front of Cameron Caldwell, who we were talking about Cameron Caldwell when that caution occurred. But he was multiple laps down. He was missing his front splitter. Now, he got the splitter back. He's on the lead lap, and he's in the top 5. This has been an absolutely astounding recovery by Cameron Caldwell. I mean, I did not expect, when I seen him get involved in that incident earlier, and I seen how damaged that car was, I said, stick a fork in him, he's done. And boy, has he proved me wrong, because he's only 1.6 seconds back from the leader. And if he keeps running like this, I think the points cushion is going to be enough that he may be able to make it into the top 4 for the Final Four at Phoenix. So he's going to continue his charge. And right now you're looking at the number 5, Alex Princeton. He is currently dueling it out with the 61, Kyle Amon. I talked a little bit about Princeton earlier. I said, you come to these short tracks, and it seems to be where Princeton thrives. He had a good amount of speed at Richmond. Unfortunately, some unfortunate luck kind of ruined his night at Richmond, but it just seems like these short tracks are where he thrives, and he has had a really good run tonight, running in and around the top 10, even up into the top 5 at one point. So we're going to see what he can do as the night goes on. But up front, again, the 162, Zach Probst leading the way and just building up that gap. It seems like every restart, he kind of gets up to about 0.8 seconds to a second, and then the gap kind of just stagnates. You got the 48 behind him, running very similar lap times, although this time, Bryson Nixonbaugh locked into the Final Four. He has nothing to lose tonight, and now he's back up in the podium. We talked about how he seemed to be struggling earlier in the race. It seemed like he just kept falling through the running order. Every time he would work his way up, he would immediately lose it again. Just not having the speed that you would expect to see out of a guy who's won 14 times this season. Now it seems like the speed has returned. He's up in the podium position. His lap times are comparable to those around him. And definitely applying some pressure to the 48 as he is trying to work his way towards the lead. And behind him, Jonathan Delaney, Cameron Caldwell continuing their battle. So kind of got two separate battles going on. But I've noticed, I've been watching Cameron Caldwell a little bit, and it seems like he prefers to run about half a lane higher than the other guys. So maybe something that's going to work out for him as he gets around Jonathan Delaney. Seems like Delaney just kind of moved over and let him go right there. Again, Delaney just not being super aggressive tonight. He has been incredibly cautious, courteous, and I'm not saying it's wrong. Ideally that's ideal racecraft right there, what Jonathan Delaney's been doing all night long. But doesn't mean it's what you expect to see from a guy who's in a must-win situation, Nick.
No, and you know what? I mean, of course, there's still a lot of racing left and a lot of time for him to start getting really aggressive if he does. But a lot of stage left too. Well, not a lot, but about 40 laps or so of stage 2 remaining. The stage will end at the end of lap 260. That'll be the end of stage 2. And we haven't really talked about, at least that much, during this stage, is the number 63 of Bryson Hicksonbaugh now making his way. It's going to be scored up the second, and the caution comes out. I'm not oh, it looks like, whoa. Oh, Jonathan Delaney! He brought out the caution.
Oh, no.
How did he get back there? And it looks like Nicholas Weatherby is as well involved with that. Take a look at your replay here.
Going into the turn 3 and 4.
Oh, too much.
His tires.
Yeah.
Just locked up his tires on entry, and then he overcorrected, just like we saw earlier on with Preston McRae. And that's what happens, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, Weatherby was actually a completely separate incident. He just seemed to have gotten loose on the straightaway, perhaps. We're going to ride on board with Weatherby here. So he goes around the 5 on the bottom, and okay, so there was a car up high. He was trying to avoid Jonathan Delaney, but in doing so, he kind of pinched his car down low on exit, and the setup's just not built to be pinched like that. You kind of want to drift this thing up the track towards the wall to keep it from getting loose like that, and unfortunately, he didn't have that option, and it just broke loose on him. So rough. I mean, that was not what I expected. We were just talking about Jonathan Delaney and how kind of cautious he's been, and then boom, one mistake. And overcorrecting is something that's really easy to do. That's why you've seen a lot of these guys that have spun out and they continue to spin to the left. It's because if you countersteer, you sort of run the risk of having that happen. The car will snap back to the right, and when it does, it's not much that separates you and the outside wall, which is going to give you some damage. So definitely a rough situation all around.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Yeah, very unfortunate for the number 6 of Jonathan Delaney. You hate to see it for him, and he's in a must-win situation, and this really does not help it. He's still on the track though after getting some repairs done, I'm sure, and he's trying to catch up with the rest of the field. He does. So it just makes it worse in his case because he was running up near the front and he was staying cautious, but just that one mistake and looks like he's coming back down pit road. So really unfortunate for him, and he was in a must-win situation. This really does not help him.
No, not at all. Kind of a side note, while this was all going on, I mentioned how I was talking to Cody Bird in Snapchat while he was competing, and while he stayed out and led another lap, he sent me another message on Snapchat. He said, "Dirt, I'm leading." So he's having fun tonight. He's out there having some fun. He was eliminated from the playoffs. He won't be in the Final Four, but he's out here competing, having a good time, and that's good to see. But we're going to get him doubled up pretty shortly here. The pace car lights should go off this time, as they do. And Preston McRae, Nicholas Weatherby, they're going to take their wave around, go around the pace car. And it's going to be the 162 and the number 63, Zach Probst, Bryson Nixonbaugh on the front row. And this is the first time I think we've seen Bryson Nixonbaugh start on the front row since early on in stage 1. And with his car looking a little bit better than it was early in the race, we're going to see if maybe he can make the most of it, but it's going to be tough. Zach Probst has been really good tonight, so trying to get around him is going to be difficult for sure. But the 162, fantastic restart. Cameron Caldwell also with a good restart. He's going to dip down in front of Cameron Stone, who, man, where did he come from? Cameron Stone pitting earlier on, giving up a lot of track position to get damage fixed. Now back in the top 5, looking low on Cameron Caldwell. It's the Cam and Cam show again. He's not quite going to get there, but that was a close call. And in front of that battle, there's another battle. The 63 and the 48, Matthew Woods going around on the bottom, back up in the P2, where he has been pretty much all of stage 2, trying to run down the leader. Bryson Nixonbaugh is going to settle into 3rd, Cam Caldwell up into 4th, and behind them is Cameron Stone trying to stage his comeback.
Indeed, I actually didn't even realize how Cameron Stone just came back up into the top 5. Like you said, where did he come from? After getting repairs fixed, or getting repairs. Oh, and you can see Jonathan Delaney on your screen coming down pit road again. And I wonder if that's... yeah, that was a stop-and-go penalty for Jonathan Delaney. But back on the racetrack, the Cam and Cam show, side by side, the number 57 of Cameron Stone and the number 12 of Cameron Caldwell. Now side by side, this is a battle here for 4th. It looks like Cameron Stone clears the number 12 of Caldwell. These two great race car drivers, along with everyone else in the field, but Cam and Cam always makes for some great racing here, great battles here on the Galaxy Cup Series, broadcasted by, of course, 3Y TV. So, there's some great racing all around, and especially with those two. Never fails.
Absolutely. That pass right there that Cameron Stone made, that is bad news for the rest of the field, because obviously Cameron Stone has been one of the fastest cars on the track all night long, and the competition had a moment to breathe. You know, he got involved in that incident. He was further back in the field, had to sacrifice a lot of track position, and he was kind of out of the picture. But now, just like that, he has made himself a part of the battle. He's back up into 4th, and he has shown time and time again that he's maybe not having as many issues making passes around this track as some of these other guys. It seems like his car is just a little bit more comfortable. He mentioned in the interview after stage 1 that he just wasn't fighting the car. He just felt comfortable. And when you feel comfortable, when you feel like you can put your car anywhere, that makes overtaking a lot easier when you have that confidence to dip low, maybe even look high, and just kind of put your car where the other guys won't. So we're going to look for him to maybe get around these guys and get back up front. But for the time being, Zach Probst is continuing his dominant showcase, once again building up about a 0.5-second lead and just kind of holding it. He's making laps, keeping it clean, and he's hitting his marks every time. Like, going into the corner, coming out of the corner, I'm looking at the onboard camera from my perspective, and I'm listening to that engine, and he's just hitting his marks every lap. I mean, it's identical where he lets off, where he gets on the throttle. It's absolutely incredible. In fact, how about we throw it to a crank it up real quick. You guys can listen to the engine, see just how precise Zach Probst is in that 162. was a Crank It Up presented by 3 Wide TV. I always love listening to the engines and the transmission at a track like this, just seeing how these drivers are navigating the track, because you got to be so precise and so careful with the inputs. I mean, we've seen all night long drivers getting loose when they get on the brakes a little bit too hard, or even breaking loose when they get on the throttle a little bit too hard. So you gotta have a lot of finesse to navigate a track like this. It's almost like a road course in a way, just the way these guys got to drive. And some drivers prefer to drag brake, some drivers prefer to drive it in a little bit deeper and not drag brake. A lot of different approaches to a track like this, but I think the guy with the best approach is Zach Probst, because he has been dominating stage 2. Once he got that lead, man, there was no taking it. I mean, he was running really solidly in the top 5 pretty much all night long. Didn't seem to have standout speed. He was just kind of consistent with the top 5. But then, man, he got that clean air. He got out in front of the rest of the field, and he just ran with it. Definitely, I think, one of the most impressive drives of the night, holding off drivers like Bryce Nixonbaugh and Cameron Stone. It's a feat that very few drivers in the league could manage, and Zach Probst is absolutely making the best of it.
Indeed, and speaking of Cameron Stone, during our Crank It Up, Cameron Stone made his way just a little bit further up to the field into 3rd, so he's now running top 3 as these guys are closing in into the 24-lap traffic here. As looks like your leader will get around him, and the others still yet to get around him. But Cameron Stone back up to 3rd now. I'm sure that I wonder if Zach Probst is thinking maybe that Cameron Stone is a possible threat, because I mean he's running fast. I mean, so is Zach Probst. These 3 are just running fast, as it looks like Cameron Stone making a move on the number 63 of Bryson Nixonbaugh, who really doesn't have much to worry about. He's already locked in. He's going to Phoenix. He's going to be fighting there to get that championship. We already know he's going to be one of the championship 4. So now Cameron Stone in 2nd after crossing the line and trying to close in on Zach Probst. Is Zach Probst maybe getting a little nervous? He's definitely closing in on him. And wow, he's right there. Wow, these 2 are going to be battling it out here. Cameron Stone goes down to the inside. He's going to make the move on Zach Probst. Is he going to clear him? Yep, he clears them. Well, Zach Probst had a lot of fun leading those laps, but Cameron Stone's like, I'm back up here. It's my time to shine yet again, and I'm going to take the lead away from you. And it looks like he's just going to pull away.
The fun's not over yet, because now Zach Probst and Bryce Nixonbaugh have to worry about Cameron Caldwell, who has also been closing the gap behind them, getting a little bit closer lap after lap, and now this 3-car group is going to have to do battle. Meanwhile, as they battle it out, that's just going to play to Cameron Stone's advantage. He's going to try to drive away from him. 162 got a little bit loose on corner exit there, nothing extreme, but it was enough to give up a little bit of time. And I think as we see this run go on, we're going to see drivers get looser and looser. When these cars are spinning out on fresh tires right at the beginning of a green flag stint, that means it's going to be even worse, almost unimaginably worse as the stage goes on and the tires get warmer and more worn out. The 162 now really fighting that thing. As we ride on board with Bryce Nixonbaugh, you can see he is just getting a little bit squirrely on corner entry, corner exit. And there's really, the worst part about that as a driver is there's nothing you can do. If the car is that evil, if it wants to fight you, and it's going to be that finicky, there's just not much you can do. I mean, there's a level of precision that a car requires once it reaches that point where the tires are that far gone that is, I think, barely achievable by a human being. So he's going to have his hands full. He's going to have to try to play it defensive, and he's been doing a good job of it. He actually has remained on the high side. Bryce Nixonbaugh isn't even quite going to get the nose on him coming down the backstretch. It's actually advantage to the 162, who managed to get the nose down the straightaway. Now, with a little bit of a shove from the 12, Cameron Caldwell, now the 63 is going to get the nose on him, but still, they remain side by side. And I got to say, this is one of the best defensive drives we've seen all night long. Usually somebody gets trapped up on that, whoa, a little bit loose, they gathered up, but usually somebody gets trapped on the high side, and they just get freight trained. We've seen it many, many times tonight. Not the 162 of Zach Probst. He got stuck on the high side, and he said, you know what? When life gives you lemons, and he made it work about as best as he could. So An impressive drive now, unfortunately, falling a little bit further back down the grid as Cameron Stone pretty much just extends his lead. But all of that is going to put Cameron Caldwell up into P3 right now, and it's only 3 laps to go in the stage.
Of course, the stage ending at the end of lap 260, but like you mentioned, Andre, Zach Probst was defending very well up there on the high side, and I think he was actually doing that earlier when he was near the high side, way earlier before he even got the lead. He's been pretty good at defending, especially up there, up on the high side, as he gets a little loose up on corner exit yet again. But now the last lap here of stage 2 at the end of this lap. Oh, in contact between Cameron Caldwell and the number 63 of Bryson Hixenbaugh. Nothing too much, but they definitely did make contact, as we should be seeing the stage end here in just a little bit. Cameron Stone, and of course, your stage 1 and now stage 2 winner. We should be seeing the caution for the stage coming out shortly. And of course, Cameron Stone, and there is the caution for the stage. Cameron Stone, winner of stage 1 and stage 2.
I tell you what, I feel like I learned a lot about how this race is going to play out from that stage, because we saw a lot of strange and maybe unexpected circumstances that we didn't see in stage 1. We saw Cameron Stone, a front runner, sent to the back of the field. We saw the number 12 car stage an insane comeback. And we saw the 162, Zach Probst, absolutely dominate pretty much the majority of that stage before his tires finally got away from him, finally started to wear to the point where he could no longer really manhandle that car around the track. And I feel like I think the 162 is going to be a contender when this thing gets down to the end of it, because that car was the fastest car on the track for all but the last 5 or so laps of that stage. It's not like he had a short run setup. That when that car faded, it faded, but it was fast for the majority of that stage. So if he can get a caution within 15, 20 laps of the end of this race, I think he's my pick for this. Honestly, that 162 was absolutely flying. Also, can't count out Cameron Stone or Cameron Caldwell. Both of the Cams absolutely staging crazy comebacks that I'm not sure either of us expected.
No, not at all. And you know what? Let's actually bring up your stage 2 winner, Cameron Stone, into the broadcast booth. Cameron Stone, 3YTV, you got a copy?
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, congratulations yet again on another stage win. We were really surprised to see you come back all the way up here, especially after the little incident there between you and Chris. The incident back when you and Christopher Hammond under that caution. I don't think he knew you were there. A spotter said he was clear or something.
I mean, in the words of Juan Pablo Montoya, you got to be blind or stupid not to see me right there. I really don't know where his head's at. He passed me when I was coming off the pit road. I think I was the second car off, and everything was telling me to pass him. And he just came down from the wall all the way to pit road. Yeah, really don't know what that is. Really frustrating. Tore the right side of the car up. Car's tighter now than it was, so kind of did mess up the handling of the car, but still looks like we got the best one in the race right now. So hopefully we can salvage it all up and still get to victory lane.
Well, do you think maybe, Cam, that tightness that car has developed due to that damage might be a little bit of a blessing in disguise? We've seen a lot of drivers get sideways on corner entry, corner exit. Everybody seems to be fighting loose. Maybe that tightness could come to your aid.
We'll have to see just how cool the track gets. I mean, if it gets really cool, then yeah, the tightness will help it a little bit. But I spent all week trying to get this thing free in the center, and now it's tight again, so I'm really not happy about it.
Understandable. Well, thank you for your time, Cam. You're getting ready to go green. We're going to let you go. Good luck in the rest of the race, bud.
Thank you, bud.
All right, well, that was Cameron Stone, your stage 1 and 2 winner, as we're getting ready to go back to green. And speaking of Cameron Stone, he will be leading the field. He's off. Green flag back in the air. We are racing stage 3 here at Martinsville. And it looks like Cameron Caldwell in second here behind Cameron Stone. The Cam and Cam show, will that get brought up here in a little bit? But it looks like Cameron Stone just had a great restart, as he always does. Seems to have here at Martinsville. He's starting to pull away from the other Cam.
Tell you
And
what, Kevin Steele is on the move right now. He was right up against Zach Probst's pretty much fuel cell. I mean, he was so far in that bumper, he might have been touching the fuel cell. He was really pushing him. Now he's fallen back a little bit there, as they're too wide behind him. That's Matthew Woods and Kyle Amon. As the yellow flag flies, with Cameron Stone still leading the race at the time of the caution, and it was Josh Coppernoff in that 42 machine. Seems to be a one-car incident. We're going to go ahead and take a look at a replay. Hard into the inside wall, and no, not a one-car incident. Hard contact to the back of the car, and that might be race-ending damage for whoever got into him there. Going to have to take a look at it coming out of the corner. He was having connection issues, and then just a little loose out of the corner. Unfortunate end to probably 2 Racers Nights right there.
yeah, that is very unfortunate. That happens, and you'd hate to see it, especially in their cases. That didn't take too long, and but of course the front row, or at least top 5 or so, pretty much looks the same from what we just saw. I mean, we have Cameron Stone, Cameron Caldwell, Cam and Cam there, along with others like Hicksonbaugh, Probst, and Steele. And you know what? We were talking about Zach Probst. I think maybe that if he can find his way around the track, and of course he's gonna have all this dirty air, but like, I think that he can make his way. If he can make his way up there and get to the lead and maybe battle it out with Cameron Stone, it's definitely gonna make for some great racing and a great finish once we close this race here in about another 200 more laps or so.
It's
More than
definitely
200 laps, of course.
It's going to be a battle. That's a good way to put it, because these guys up front, man, their paces have been so close, so identical. I mean, lap times that are almost indistinguishable from one another. And a lot of these guys need to win. You know, Zach Probst, he's got to win. Cameron Caldwell, he doesn't necessarily need to win, but the only real comfortable points position he could be in was if he won. So you got a lot of drivers that are very hungry for the win. Of course, you've got Kevin Steele, who going into this race was 5 points behind Damaris Hickenbottom in 5th. So also another thing to note about the point situation, looking at this right now, Cameron Stone is unofficially locked in with the stage points that he has acquired. So Cameron Caldwell going into this race 32 points above the cut, and then the battle, of course, Damaris Hickenbottom, Kevin Consistency Steele. That is a matter of 5 points, and we've seen Damaris Hickenbottom have some unfortunate happenings so far in this race. He got involved in a few incidents. Nothing was really his fault, as goes Martinsville. I mean, sometimes you're just making your laps and you're a bystander and everything just happens in front of you, which is what happened to Damaris, but unfortunately it doesn't matter. The end game is that he has kind of started bleeding points as he's fallen through the field, and Kevin Steele has continued to have a good run tonight. So the battle continues, but despite the fact that Kevin Steele is currently ahead of Damaris Hickenbottom for 4th in points, I believe, as they run, again, a win would be a lot more satisfactory and a lot more secure than just finishing ahead of him. So a lot of drivers up front that are hungry for the win as this race winds down, and it's just going to get more crazy as this continues. But Cameron Stone has proven that he has been pretty on the ball when it comes to his restarts, and as they come out of 3 and 4, he's going to try and get another signature team high side restart. Cameron Caldwell to his outside. Cameron Stone getting a bit of a jump, and Caldwell expertly sliding down in front of Hicksonbaugh. He's going to get down to the bottom lane. That was about the best thing he could have done that restart. And now the battle continues. The 162 Zach Probst and the 63 Bryson Hicksonbaugh. And right now, I say the battle continues, and it does. At 162 Zach Probst, he has been so good on that defensive line on the high side. really maintaining more speed up there than I think a lot of the competition is able to. He did fall back position there. He did give up the position, but only after about 2 laps of running on the high side, which isn't something that a lot of these guys are able to do. So again, that defensive driving is definitely a good card to have in your deck, and that's something that's going to be able to be used later on for sure. But other than that, we've pretty much gone single file. Everything has sort of sorted itself out as we've seen. I mean, we're still pretty early into the final stage. It is lap 278 out of lap 500. So we've got roughly 223 laps remaining here at Martinsville, which sounds daunting. And I'm sure if you were inside one of these cars, having to crank the wheel every single turn, work the throttle, it is a little bit daunting. But as far as being a spectator, those 223 laps are going to go by in absolutely no time because, man, this track is such a show, and it's so fun to watch. Any of these short tracks, man. But Cameron Caldwell dropping back a little bit from Cameron Stone. It seems like that 57 has a lot of short run speed, and it seems like, honestly, what I'm noticing is it seems like the 57 doesn't really fall off that much on the long run compared to anybody else. And I'm wondering if maybe that's simply because of the nature of this track, with how flat it is, with not having banking. Even if you have a short run setup or a long run setup, your tires are going to wear pretty equally simply because they're sliding around so much on this flat track. And if that's the case, then that is a huge advantage to Cameron Stone because he's got the short run speed, doesn't seem to fade away very much in the long run. But again, I think Cameron Caldwell might come to life later on in this stage because he made that incredible comeback in stage 2, working his way through the field. At one point, he was the fastest car on the track, and he was doing this while working through the field. So now he's further up on the grid. He's got his track position, and he doesn't really have to worry about as much traffic, at least not for roughly 10 or 12 more laps. And he can just kind of run his laps, get the car feeling the way he wants it. And you can see he's got a little bit of damage on the back of that number 12 machine. And by a little bit of damage, I mean a lot. I mean, that rear end bumper is gone. Despite that, he's up there running P2, making the most of it. And that's kind of the beauty of these short tracks is you can get a little bit of damage. You know, the 57, it's damaged. The 12, it's damaged. But regardless, they're up here leading the race. It's the Cam and Cam show, 1 and 2, fighting through the damage. And Bryson Nixonbaugh, one of the only clean cars up front, is back there running third. So definitely a little bit of separation early in this stage.
Indeed, and like you said, the Cam and Cam show, these two. And of course, like you said, a little bit of separation between the top two, and of course, third place Bryson Nixonbaugh, who is locked in, of course, like we said, going to Phoenix and still in the playoff picture. So he doesn't really have much to worry about. He's just riding along, still racing here. It'd be nice if he got a good finish, but he's like, no pressure on me. I'm going to Phoenix. So, but of course, these two up here, Cameron Stone and Cameron Caldwell, not too much of a gap, but as I say that, a little bit of a gap there. These two just still trying to battle it out. Cameron Caldwell, like you said, with a lot of damage there on the back, but like you said, what's nice about these short tracks is it doesn't really matter, but the caution does come out. Who could that be? I did not see anything, and it looks like whatever it was, it got cleared up. I'm not completely sure what that was all about. But we're going to take a look at a replay here as soon as we can. Oh, and yeah, that's I believe, yeah, that's the 09 of Maris Hickenbottom.
The playoff hopeful, hard under the outside roll.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for playoff contender Damaris Hickenbottom, and ouch.
Just that overcorrection. We've seen it so many times. You try to get that thing going in the right direction, and it just, those tires suddenly get grip and they snap back in the wrong direction. And when that happens, like I said before, there ain't much space between you and the wall. So just a little bit more damage for that 09. He already had some from the incident earlier in the night. Now, any semblance of handling that his car maybe had is pretty much gone. But there goes Cody Bird staying out again. He's going to lead another lap. And I'm just waiting. Yep, there's the Snapchat message. I was going to say, I'm waiting for the Snapchat message. He says, look, Dirt. Well, I'm looking. Okay, on screen right now, you can see these are the messages he's been sending me every time he stays out and leads a lap. That's another lap led, Dirt. Another one, Dirt. So he's out here leading laps.
Another one.
Getting getting some work done for the team. He may not be winning this thing, and he may not be up in the top 5, but by God, he's going to lead some laps. So getting it done, Cody Bird up front. Now he's going to dive down into the pits, and he is going to get service now that he's led his lap. 6th most laps led, by the way, for Cody Bird. That strategy of staying out an extra lap has worked out. 5 total laps led, so that's about 5 times he's done that. And it's worked out for him so far. And you can see Preston McRae a little bit further back. He's going to join him on pit road, as well as number 30, Randy Drumhiller. So those are the lapped cars that'll be taking their service and getting their fresh Goodyears and fuel. And up front, now that the 64 has come off the track, it's going to be Cameron Stone, Cameron Caldwell. Same story we've seen all night long. We're going to get them doubled up before too long here.
Correct, and yep, the number 57 of Cameron Stone, and to his outside, the other Cameron Caldwell, these two. Well, Cameron Caldwell was trying to battle it out with Cameron Stone, trying to get to him, but the gap, there was just too much of a gap there. But of course, behind them, Bryson Hickenbaugh and Zach Probst, who we've also seen up near the front a lot today. Like, I'm still thinking maybe if could he maybe, like, get a chance to get to the lead and then just stay there. I mean, he knows how to run these laps when he's in clean air. We'll see what he can do, as he is going to be restarting 4th, but the pace car dives down below into the pit entry area as he's on pit road. Cameron Stone, Cameron Caldwell, side by side, literally nose to nose here. Green flag in the air. Cameron Stone with a great restart as we're back. Green flag racing here at Martinsville Speedway.
And not the best restart in the world for Bryson Hickenbaugh. He actually lost a little bit of ground there. Hasn't been passed by anybody yet, but he did lose a little bit of ground. So Zach Probst, we mentioned how well he's been making that high line work, and now just more proof of it. I mean, he's staying door to door with Bryson Hickenbaugh as they continue to make laps here, and now finally Hickenbaugh is going to get clear. But again, it took him a lap or two, so definitely hard to fight that defense that the 162 has been throwing. He's been doing a phenomenal job of that. And while that's going on, of course, Cameron Stone extending his lead a little bit up to 0.6 seconds as they run. Kyle Lamont in that 61 machine has worked his way up into 4th. So kind of a sleeper there. I mean, he's been running top 10 most of the night, and now finally up in the top 5. So that's pretty cool to see. Matthew Woods behind him. Wayne Grassy in 7th. Weatherby in 8th after that early black flag and a few issues earlier on. He's going to be running P8. Jonathan Delaney in 9th, about 3.5 seconds after all of his issues. We know that the number 6 is probably substantially damaged. He had pretty major contact with the wall. He's just trying to make the best of his situation with his car. And then running out in the top 10 as they run it now, Kevin Steele, 4.2 seconds back. But we're riding on board with Bryson Hickenbaugh as he battles it out with these top 2 drivers. And lap times last time around, Cameron Caldwell 19.066 to Bryson Hickenbaugh's 19.198. So a little bit faster for Caldwell. That 12 car is absolutely on the rails. He's been making the best of that car despite the damage. And I'm kind of scared to think what he'd be able to do with that 12 car if it didn't have any damage. Because if he's this fast missing a rear bumper, he would probably be absolutely flying with no damage. So still, the top 3 pretty much remains unchanged and stagnant. Zach Probst back in 4th. Not quite dominating stage 3 like he did stage 2, but he is there and he is ready to strike should the opportunity present itself.
Only time will tell, as we are now entering lap 300 of 500 here at Martinsville. Of course, 500 lap race and a half mile around this track. Of course, as you know, Galaxy Cup Series is full-length races as normal NASCAR Cup Series schedule, so that's what's really neat about it. It's like the real deal, except on iRacing. So yep, Cameron and Cameron, Cam and Cam, 1-2. We've seen that a lot this stage, and like you said, Andre, the top three has pretty much remained unchanged. Even really the top four, with Cameron, and Bryson Hicksonbot and Zach Probe. But of course, Kyle Amon now in 5th. He's gonna be looking to make his way, but oh, and whoa, Zach Probe's got a little loose there up on corner exit. That's going to slow him down a tad bit, not too much. But Kyle Amon getting closer to closing in on Zach Probes.
Definitely trying to close that gap, and it really seems like the 162 is just really fast, but also at the cost of that really unstable. We've seen him fighting the car in stage 1. Stage 2, the car mostly looked stable and he was in the lead. And then at the end of the run, once the tires had faded away, he was really fighting that thing and dropping a little bit through the running order. So it's a quick car, but it doesn't seem to be the most stable. So I guess we're just going to have to see what prevails between, you know, loose but fast, or tight but a little bit more comfortable up front for Cameron Stone. Speaking of up front, the Cam and Cam show has gotten a little bit tighter. The number 12 has closed the gap ever so slightly. It was a 0.6 second lead down to about 0.3 seconds. So from about a car length and a half down to a single car length. And as they go through 1 and 2, he closes the gap even further. He outbreaks Cameron Stone by quite a margin. Now only about a car length back as they make their way down the backstretch. This has turned into a bit of a battle. These guys are no longer riding around. I definitely don't think Caldwell is going to be content just to ride around. And as he continues to turn faster laps than the leader, this has got to be putting a little bit of pressure on Cameron Stone. We know the car wasn't handling how he wanted it to, even though he's leading the race, even though it is a fast car. He said he didn't like the tight feeling of the car. And, you know, I know Cameron Stone, he likes a loose car, and now that car is the exact opposite. So when you got Cameron Caldwell right behind you, applying the pressure, you kind of start to get a little bit nervous. So we're going to have to see if Cameron Stone can withstand the pressure, if he can definitely try and keep his composure. Bryson Hicksonbot, I think, might have gotten the wall a little bit on the corner exit of turn 2. Despite that, he didn't really lose any time. In fact, I think he's been slowly closing the gap to the leaders. Last time around for Cameron Stone, it was a 19.910. Cam Caldwell was a 19.989. So these are how close the lap times are. It is absolutely insane. And I'm starting to think that maybe Cameron Stone is holding up Cameron Caldwell a little bit, because Hicksonbot is slowly inching his way into the picture. You can see from the rear bumper cam that 63, the blue Oreo soda cookie car, is just getting a little bit closer each and every lap. And I don't think that's because of the pace that Caldwell's setting. I think that's because Caldwell's having trouble getting around the 57, despite possibly having a better car right now.
Yeah, this is starting to turn into a great battle here, as ever so slightly, and Caldwell got a little loose there off a corner exit, but nothing too terrible, but definitely leaves a bit more of a gap, you can tell on your screen. So but yeah, these two, like I said, it never fails. It makes for some great racing and great battles between these two. It's always fun to watch, and looks like there's more of a gap now, especially after Caldwell getting a little loose there off a corner exit just about a lap ago.
Yeah, and he got a little bit loose again right there, coming towards the start-finish line. And again, I know Cameron Stone said that he doesn't like the tight feeling of the car. It wasn't quite what he wanted out of it. He was disappointed about the damage, but I'm telling you, man, from a spectator's perspective, it really seems like that damage is a blessing in disguise, because he is one of the only drivers in this lead pack that is not constantly fighting that thing, that isn't braking sideways, that isn't constantly at risk of spinning out. So number 12 seems to be getting looser and looser. He was pushing really hard to try and get around the 57, and he probably spent up a lot of his equipment trying to even catch up in the first place. So I could definitely see his car starting to fade at this point in the run. They have been green for quite a while. Bryson Hicksonbot looking high for a minute there, but thinking better of it because it's Martinsville, and you're probably not going to make a pass on the high side, unless your name is Zach Probst. I think he might be able to do it, but the battle between Bryson Hicksonbot and Cameron Caldwell heating up as Cody Bird, the 5th most lap leader, is going to go wide and let his teammates go around, as well as Cameron Caldwell. He's going to go a lap down. Currently, I believe, going to be the lucky dog position until they lap Damaris Hickenbottom. I believe he is about to go the first lap down. I could be wrong. But the battle definitely is heating up as the 63 outbreaking the 12 by a little bit there and closing the gap. Actually, seems like he got a little bit too free in the middle of the corner, possibly as a result of overdriving. And that kind of opened the gap back up to the 12, gave him a little bit of breathing room. But right now, nobody's going to get inch in this top three. I mean, these are 3 cars under a blanket. And you would think with just under 200 laps to go, with 182 laps to go, you'd think these guys would be taking it a little bit easier. But no, they are giving it their all. They are absolutely trying to get that P1 from Cameron Stone.
Indeed, and speaking of Cameron Stone, Cameron Caldwell starting to close in a bit more here on Cameron Stone. His only issue is he's, like a lot of these other guys, getting loose on corner exit a lot. Didn't do it so much there, but it just happens every once in a while. It gets a little loose, and that takes some time off and just makes more of a gap. But it looks like he's running well now, trying to close that gap between Cameron Stone and Caldwell. We're only on lap 321 out of 500, so we still got quite a ways away until the finish of this thing. But yeah, these two starting to turn in more of a battle as Caldwell does get a little loose off corner exit.
Absolutely. Well, I just took a brisk jog down to the infield care center, and I found Josh Coppernall waiting down there. So we're going to bring him in. Josh Coppernall, driver of the 42. You got a copy?
Yes, I do.
All right. Josh, you seem to be having a tough night. It seemed like you caught a little bit of bad luck early on in the race, and then, of course, you were involved in that yellow flag not too long ago. Can you walk me through what happened and how that car was feeling?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what happened. The car was feeling, it was all right. I think I just got on the throttle too soon and just spun around. There was a little bit of like connection issues or something. I'm not sure. I just kind of blinked and then came back in and my car went around. So not 100% sure if it was on me or if some kind of like glitch happened, but it's a bummer because the car was running pretty good. It's right around top 10 all night.
Yeah, the car definitely looked pretty consistent and fairly stable, which is an attribute that we're not seeing out of a lot of the cars in the pack. It seems like a lot of drivers are fighting loose, but we were watching you, and you seemed pretty comfortable in that machine up until that incident. So we did notice some connection issues. You mentioned might have been a little bit of a blinking issue. We did notice that, and that could have played a hand in it, unfortunately. But we're sorry that's how your day came to an end, for sure.
Yeah, just a big shout out to Joseph Lester for sure. He was helping make a lot of calls on the box and making the car feel better all night long. Got to give a big shout out to him because it was really tight in the beginning and made a lot of adjustments to loosen it on up throughout the race.
Absolutely. I think that's the call. I mean, with a track like Martinsville, you kind of got to play it by ear. The car is going to change so much as the race progresses. The temperatures change, and making those adjustments and having somebody like your crew chief there, Joseph Lester, on the box to help you make calls, that's a big benefit. So, some great teamwork definitely from you guys, and it was fun to watch. We wish you luck in the coming race here at Phoenix. Even if you're not in it for the championship, you can still be out there competing, trying to give it your all, and we're excited to see what you can do.
I think we're going to go give it our all at Phoenix.
All right. Thanks for your time, Josh.
Thank you.
And that was Josh Coppernall. While we were talking, the battle between the 63 and the 12 has heated up quite a bit. They have really been inseparable, these two. But meanwhile, Cameron Stone's car seems to have somehow come to life even more than it had before. He is extending his lead by quite a bit. He's up to almost a second, which is absolutely a huge gap. Now, Hixenbaugh going around Cameron Caldwell on the bottom. Now, with Bryson Hixenbaugh and Cameron Stone being teammates, I would assume they're running near identical setups, if not the exact same setup. So it doesn't really surprise me that at the point that Cameron Stone was able to start to drive away, Bryson Nixonbaugh was also able to finally make the move on Cameron Caldwell up into P2. So now the question is, can he run down his teammate? And if he gets to him, does he take the win? You know, Cameron Stone is basically locked in by points unofficially. He's not locked in by a win, but the points he has are sufficient to get him to the Final Four, regardless of what happens from this point on out. So both teammates locked into the Final Four. They're going to be at Phoenix racing for the championship. And so, do these guys race for it here? Do they have anything to lose? Not really. So it seems like maybe these guys are going to wind up duking it out.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, yeah, like I said, or like you said, I don't really see why not. So I definitely think that could be. And your top three currently hasn't really changed, except a little change between second and third. Cameron Stone, Bryson Nixonbaugh, and Cameron Caldwell, of course. And I mean, these three have just been running up here the whole race. Lap 334 of lap 500. So under 200 laps to go here at Martinsville. And yeah, now there's more of a separation between first and second and even third. I think, but like we were talking about, Cameron Stone doesn't really like the tight feeling of his car. But I mean, like you said, blessing in disguise that would have to be. It's working out for him, but he doesn't really like it.
Yeah, Cameron Stone's one of those guys, man. He's one of those drivers that he could be leading a race by almost 2 seconds. He could have the fastest car in the field and still say, it could be better, you know? So he might not like the feeling of that car, but you know, he's making the best of it. And I'm sure he'll find a way to make it work because so far he has. On your screen right now, you're looking at Kevin Steele trying to get around the 48, Matthew Woods. They are one of the closest battles on the track right now for position. 44 is kind of taking a higher entry. The 48 running a bit more of a defensive line. He's entering the corner about half a lane to a lane lower. Despite that, he's not losing a whole lot of speed. It seems like he's a little bit slower on corner entry. Then they get to that corner exit, and that 48 is like a rocket ship. Like he's just able to roll into that throttle a little bit smoother, a little bit quicker, and get that run out. So they're running nearly identical lap times. It's just which sectors of the track they're fastest in is different. So that's kind of interesting to watch as these guys kind of race it out and figure out each other's lines and try to counter each other. The 44 did close the gap massively in that corner. He way outbroke the 48, and now he's pretty much there. He is on the bumper. He's going to look low going into the corner. They're going to be door to door right up against the inside curb, and he's not quite going to get clear yet. 48 into the outside wall. Might have been a little bit of contact there, but Kevin Steele is clear. It's going to put him up into 7th, 12 seconds back from the leader, 2 seconds back from the next car, Jonathan Delaney, up in P6. And I remember, Kevin Steele's point situation, less than ideal. He is going to want to win this race if he really wants to be secure. Although, if misfortune continues to find Damaris Hickenbottom, if Damaris Hickenbottom's bad luck continues, he could squeak into the Final Four, just on virtue of a good top 10 run alone.
Indeed, and speaking of not so great the way the playoffs are looking for some of these guys, Jonathan Delaney, he's still, of course, in a must-win situation, and of course, with earlier incidents throughout this race, it hasn't been looking so good for him, and of course, with the amount of damage he has, it would be tough for him to get up there. But he's running 6th. He made his way up to 6th, and while yes, he does need a win. I mean, that's pretty good to be running 6th there after quite a bit of damage you had after a pretty big incident. But currently running 6th for Jonathan Delaney. Him and a couple others that I'm seeing really loose off of corner exit, trying to get that car straightened out, along with some others, trying to just make his way up to the others of Jonathan Delaney. So, of course, not so great for his night, not so great and his night. Of course, it hasn't ended, but for his playoff hopes, it's not looking so bright. As like we said, he needs a win, and from what happened, that really hasn't helped.
It's not over till it's over. Like you said, things have not looked too good. Things were promising early on for sure. He had a great car in stage 1 and most of stage 2, and then unfortunately just got a little loose. He got on the brakes too hard, slid around, and unfortunately overcorrected. And despite the damage he's acquired, he is running 6th, and that's not bad track position. He's 10 seconds back from the leader, but if they were to get a caution and he's starting in row 3, that is definitely a position you could potentially win the race from if everything went right. And I mean, honestly, I can't see much more going wrong for Jonathan Delaney. Knock on wood, not to give him the commentator's curse, but he's had such bad luck all night long. It seems like maybe his time is due. But I just took another brisk jog down to the infield care center, and I found Cody Bird. So we're going to bring him up here. Cody Bird, you got a copy?
Yep, got a copy.
So Cody, seemed like the race was going kind of rough for you, but good news, you have the 5th most laps led of the race. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I feel wonderful. I mean, that was one of my biggest goals coming into this race, was just to lead some laps. Ended up parking it though to stay out of the way of the leaders. Didn't want to ruin my teammates' race.
It's a very courteous thing. It seemed like a few drivers have kind of made the choice to try to pull it off the track and just kind of get out of the way of the playoff contenders. But hey, Cody, what was the track driving like? We've seen a lot of drivers struggling and just really having a bad time with the handling. So what was the race like out there?
I felt tight all night. Never felt like the car really loosened up to what I needed to have a very long run car. So it felt like a lot of it was pushing tight into 3, and then on the exit of 4 was loose. So it was hard to keep control and just kind of have a perfect race. So that's another reason why it just wasn't meant to be tonight.
Gotcha. Now, Cody, we put up on the screen earlier some evidence that you were snapping and driving in a sanctioned event. You were snapchatting and driving. I'm not sure how the admins are going to feel about that. What say you in your defense?
There was nobody in front of me. It was only the pace car, and I've hit almost everything else this year. So I was like, you know what? If I hit the pace car, I hit the pace car. But it is what it is. I mean, I was just trying to have some fun with nobody's race that I could end up ruining. So felt like I had some fun with it, and it seems like you guys did too.
Yeah, I'm giving you a hard time, Cody. I don't think anybody cares. But man, you definitely were a fun part of the race. I'll give you that, especially with a lot of the separation we've seen. But Cody, we thank you for your time, and we hope to see you and what you can do next week at Phoenix.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
You too. All right, that was Cody Bird out of the booth, back to his team communications. While we were goofing around with Cody there, Cameron Stone has pretty much continued his dominant trek through stage 3. He is up to about a 2.7 second lead over his teammate, Bryson Nixonbaugh. Cam Caldwell also fading a little bit. He's back to 5 seconds back from the leader, about 2 seconds back from Hicksenbaugh. So a lot of separation from the top 3. Kyle Amoon, he's back there in 4th, 9 seconds back from the leader. Zach Probst behind him in 5th, 11.4 seconds. So a lot of separation, which isn't something you necessarily see often at a track like Martinsville, but I think a lot of that comes down to the amount of damage that these guys have. You've got cars that are relatively clean, like Cameron Stone's. You've got cars that are more substantially damaged, like Cameron Caldwell. And then you got cars that have no damage at all, like Bryson Nixonbaugh. That's all going to affect your pace. That's going to affect the speed of the car. And obviously, when everybody's running at slightly different speeds, you're going to see this kind of separation. And kind of an interesting Martinsville race. I mean, like I said, you don't see this super often at a track like this. But I kind of called it. I said going into this race that Cameron Stone was definitely a favorite to win. Obviously, Cam has a few wins this season in the league, and all season long he's been talking about Martinsville and how it's his favorite track, and how he planned to come out here and just dominate like he has so far. So as long as he can keep on this path, he can get the win that he's been seeking here at Martinsville. But it's not over till it's over, like we talked about with Jonathan Delaney. We're on lap 359. We got to get all the way to lap 500. So he might be cruising right now. He might just be hanging out. But a lot of racing left. A lot of things can potentially happen. And the 48, you might notice as we ride on board with Cameron Stone, is in front of him. Now, I'm not entirely sure What happened to the 48? It might just be that he's just going a lap down on pace alone. It would appear to be the case. He's going to be the first car one lap down. So every car back to 8th now is on the lead lap, and then 9th onwards is down a lap. So kind of another dominant showing from Team Highside.
We've seen Team Highside do really good, along with other teams, but Team Highside has just dominated a lot throughout races that I've seen here on 3Y TV. And definitely a great team made up of great drivers, a great series, a great league made up of great drivers as well. I mean, without a doubt, a lot of these guys, all of these guys, great drivers around here. And pit road, it looks like Damaris Hickenbottom made his way down pit road. I'm not completely sure why he was down there. So that was interesting. So he made his way down pit road. I just caught that as he was coming off. But yeah, Cameron Stone of Team Highside just completely dominating this race. But like we said, there's still a lot of race left as we're coming up on lap 364 out of 500. Anything can happen. It's not over until it's over, like you mentioned, Andre. And Jonathan Delaney, I'm guessing, yeah, he could, like, near the closing laps of this race, just give it his all, do the best he can, and try to make a move to possibly get a win. But we'll have to see what happens whenever that time comes.
Right, and you know, something to be considered is Jonathan Delaney made his way up into 5th. He's right behind Kyle Amoon in that 4th position there. And so if a caution came out, everybody pits, and they maintain the running order as it is right now. Let's say everybody gets a perfect pit stop. John Delaney is starting on the inside row. And that is by far the preferred line. We've seen people go from 5th to 2nd, from 5th to 3rd, and we've seen people go from 3rd to 1st. That inside line seems to always pick up a few positions, almost guaranteed. As right now, looking at the front of the field, you mentioned Damaris Hickenbottom had hit pit road before anybody else, and now that's the difference between the fresh tires and old tires. Hickenbottom sailing past Cameron Stone, his teammate, and he is continuing to try and make up time and pull away, though he is several laps down now. I think, now I don't know for sure, if I'm Damaris Hickenbottom, I think the reason he pitted, if I get his head there, is he had a lot of damage, and he knew he wasn't running up front anyhow, so maybe pit a little early, get fresh tires, get some of that damage fixed up while he can, because it seemed like we weren't going to get another yellow. It was staying green for quite a while. And just try to run as much of this race as possible on fresh tires and with a little bit less damage, rather than, you know, staying on those old tires and staying with the extra damage an absurdly long amount of time. So just a bit of a, I guess maybe I would call it an offensive play to try and gain some position, but it's kind of more of just a salvage move, you know, trying to salvage what he can from the rough night that he's had so far. I think it was a good call. I would probably do the exact same thing if I was him. Definitely don't think he can make it to the end from there, though. I mean, we got a lot of laps to go. Even at a track like Martinsville, you can't quite make it that far. So, I am curious, though, when this actual pit sequence does begin, you know, who is going to be, of the front runners, one of the first ones down pit road? Because Stone has about a 3.8 second gap. That's a lot, but if Bryson Hixenbaugh or Cam Caldwell were able to pit 2-3 laps early, that could close the gap entirely if they were to undercut it. So Zach Probst has pit. I'm getting word Zach Probst actually has pit, so he kicked off the pit sequence, and he's been running laps consistently on fresher tires, while the leaders have been out here on these old tires running substantially slower lap times. Last time around for Cameron Stone, I'm looking at the telemetry, it was a 20.9, which is much slower than the 162, whose last lap was a 19.6, so 1.3 seconds faster on those fresher tires. And that's the kind of speed that he's going to continue to carry until the leaders pit.
Indeed, and like you said, it's just going to be that way. We're going to have to see what happens, though, with pitting and everything. And like we said, Probst has pit before, and yeah, I don't know. We're just going to have to see how that all plays out.
I believe Weatherby was just down pit road as well. There was a Valvoline car. There's a couple Valvoline cars.
Yeah.
I believe that was Weatherby. And
Yeah.
up front,
Yep.
the 162 is now going to get around the 57. He was 2 laps down with that pass. He is going to go 1 lap down. I believe with the amount of time that it takes to pit at this track, were Cameron Stone to pit right now, I think Probst might be in position to inherit the lead once this is all said and done.
Yeah. I'd say so too, Andre. I mean, yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Definitely. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But yeah, Cameron Stone, along with, let's see, why is my iRacing not? It looks like Weatherby is going down pit road again. Is he serving a penalty? I'd have to think that's why. We'll see what happens here as he's gonna go down to his pit stall. And
Could be a penalty, or maybe he forgot to check the tire box. I know I've done that a time or two.
yeah, so have I. So that may have been what happened. Well, I mean, the car hasn't gone up on either side, so maybe
Yeah,
a holding penalty.
it's either a penalty or he's decided that he's just had enough fun for one night and he's parking it. I don't know.
Yeah, that
keep an
could
eye
be.
on him, though.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on him. And yeah, a lot of separation throughout these cars. Of course, Cameron Stone has been the leader, has been dominating this whole race. We're gonna see if he can sweep it. Stages 1, 2, and 3. Of course, not over until it's over. We're still on lap 378. Or sorry, we're not actually. 379, coming up on lap 380 of 500. So closing laps now. And it looks like the number 48 of Matthew Woods comes down to pit road as well. So a lot of guys, well, some of the guys going down pit road, and some of them are not yet. We're going to have to see how that all plays out.
Gotta admit, I'm a little surprised by Stone and Hixenbaugh staying out like they are. Cameron Stone, I know he tends to lean towards these long run strategies, and he doesn't tend to try to undercut. He likes to finish the race off on as fresh as tires as possible. But, I mean, he's sacrificing so much time right now by staying out. Look at that 162 machine just carving his way through the pack. He is now not far behind Alex Princeton, which will put him the first car a lap down. So at that point, even if a caution did come out, he would immediately be back on the lead lap, even if he pitted. But assuming no caution comes out, Probst is going to get close to unlapping himself under green. And then consider the fact that Cameron Stone and Bryson Nixonbaugh, as well as Cam Caldwell, still have to pit, which is going to take the necessary amount of time. He's definitely, I think, in position to inherit the lead. Now, the question is, he's definitely going to inherit the lead, I believe, but his tires are going to be way older than everybody else's at the end of this thing, should it stay green. And he's also going to be using up a lot more fuel. He might be a little bit closer on fuel than some of these guys. I'm not exactly sure what the entire fuel run is here, but he did pit quite a bit earlier than most anybody else. Lap time comparison, you see right here, there's the difference. Zach Probst, 20.184. Brandon Pierce, 21.9. Almost 2 entire seconds per lap at a track where the lap times are only about 19 or 20 seconds. So that's, you got to think, that is a considerable amount of track position in 2 seconds per lap.
Indeed. And, we're just going to have to see what happens. And back to what we were talking about earlier, Andre. Yeah, I'm surprised that some of these guys running up near the front, the ones who haven't pit yet. I would think that they would pit, but then the others would catch up to them. But I think that would be the move you'd like to make, because then in the long run, near the end of the race, should the race stay green, the guys who pit even earlier wouldn't have as fresh tires to defend. So I don't know. I think I would pit, but I'm not completely sure. You gotta think of the long run as well.
Well, at this point, I think Cameron Stone and Bryson Nixonbaugh, as well as Cameron Caldwell and Kyle Lamoon, I think they're just hoping for a caution, because if they pit under green now, that is disaster. That is worst case scenario. They're going to lose a ton of time. So if they get a yellow flag, they can pit and not really sacrifice any time or track position. And I think that's what they were banking on. And honestly, I can understand why they made the call. Yeah, we haven't had a caution in a while, especially in stage 3. But you got to remember, when this race started, early in stage 1, all throughout stage 2, we were seeing single car spins, people just losing the car. It just started to get away from them a little bit. And they would spin, we'd get these single car cautions, and it was kind of a regular occurrence. So honestly, if you were a betting man, it would be dumb to bet that you weren't going to get a caution in this long green flag stint here. But unfortunately, it just hasn't played out that way. It has been green the entire time, which is something that I'm not sure the high side boys were really planning for. Cameron Caldwell as well. I mean, all of these guys up front, all the way back to Jonathan Delaney in P5, are pretty much on this same strategy. Everybody else has pitted except for those 5 pretty much, and they're just committed to it. The question is now, will it pay off, or will it be the disaster that ends their run?
Yeah, that's a great point, and yeah, I mean, yeah, at this point, they're hoping for a caution, and unfortunately for them, in their case, there hasn't been one, but at the start of the race, there were a lot of single car spins that brought out the majority of the cautions tonight, and you know, that's really interesting. That's a great point. But I think that a lot of these drivers, now that they have been out here for almost 400 laps now, just about, I think that they've gotten the feel of the track. It's all just the rhythm, same thing every lap. So they know to not make the same mistakes as the others have, or even if they were involved, that they have. I think that now they've gotten the hang of the track, and it's just all a smooth rhythm, and I think that that kind of eliminates the single car spins, at least most of them. So,
that's a good point.
Yeah.
That is a good point. The more they get in the rhythm, the more laps they turn. Obviously, their muscle memory, it's just going to get better and better, and they're going to get better at the track. Also, another thing to consider, the track temp is probably going down a little bit. Remember, when this race started, in-game, it was about noon. Now, in-game, it's about 4 p.m., almost 5. So the sun is going down. The temperatures are probably dropping a little bit. The track was, I believe, 82 degrees on the surface before. I would have to bet, yep, it has gone down a little bit. 79 degrees with an air temp of 71. So that's 3 degrees. And that might not sound like a lot, but if you've ever played iRacing, if you've ever been on this simulator, you know the difference that even a single degree of track temp can make in handling, let alone 3 whole degrees. So the track's getting better. These drivers' reflexes and muscle memory are getting better and better for this track. And yeah, you're right. That does decrease the likelihood of cautions. And unfortunately for the drivers who have yet to pit, that is exactly what they didn't want to happen. It's playing against their strategy pretty much entirely. And now things are looking pretty grim for anybody on a long run strategy.
Yeah. Oh, and around goes the number 12 of Cameron Caldwell. After getting hit by the number 5 of Alex Princeton, Damaris Hickenbottom also involved a little bit in that after making short contact. Just not his night. And he's smoking.
Yeah.
Man, I was taking a look at Cameron Caldwell that whole time. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Man, I didn't expect a caution, and I didn't expect it to be Cameron Caldwell for sure. A little bit of net code. The 5 car.
Yeah, a little bit of net code. It looked like contact too. It was so close, and that just happens here. As there's Damaris Hickenbottom as Caldwell tried reversing. And from what I'm hearing, the 5 of Alex Princeton had fresher tires than, of course, Cameron Caldwell. So that's interesting. But yeah, I was taking a look at Cameron Caldwell the whole time, and it just happened right then and there. Unfortunate for him, and also unfortunate for Damaris Hickenbottom, who already has not had the greatest night. He's smoking from the back, as you can see. So really unfortunate for him. I believe he's going to take it down pit road. His will.
It has not been, let me tell you. He has been involved in just about every incident we've seen, and it's almost never anything of his own doing. Like, he's just kind of a bystander in all of this. And coming into a race with just a 5-point bubble, keeping you in the top 4 for the championship race, obviously that's a stressful situation, and you hope that everything's going to go right and that the cards are going to fall in your favor. And for Damaris Hickenbottom, it just hasn't. So Zach Probst, this is a development. He has got Lucky Dog, so he is on the wheel. He's
No,
not
he's
the lucky
not the
dog.
lucky dog. No.
So that's something. Also, we were talking about how unless they got a caution, Team Highside, Bryson Hicksonbaugh, Cameron Stone, as well as the other front runners, Kyle Moon, Jonathan Delaney, they were kind of, it was spelling disaster if they didn't get that yellow. Well, yellow flag came out. It happened. They were able to pit, and now they have much fresher tires than anybody who pitted upwards of 20 or 30 laps ago. And honestly, the guys who did pit early on to try and undercut them, they really don't have much of a choice but to pit again, because they have been on those tires for so long now that, yeah, it's nowhere near a full fuel run, but those tires are starting to go. You saw last time we took note of Zach Probst's lap times, they were up into the 20.1 range, which is almost a second slower, well, about 6/10 slower than a fresh set of tires. So even in that amount of time, right now, the difference between the leaders and Zach Probst is going to be about 6/10 per lap, which is huge. So that strategy was going to get him the lead. It was going to be the ultimate trump card, and it seemed to be working out. But now it fell apart. It has blown up in his face, and he's going to take a wave around, it would appear. So he's not going to pit. He's going to have to restart on old tires and hope that he gets another caution while he's on the lead lap to take tires. So you hate to see it for Zach Probst. I mean, he made a strategy call, and just like anybody else, it was a gamble. But man, if I was a betting man, I'd have said Zach Probst is going to be leading this thing before long. Now he's on 37 lap old tires, and he's not going to be able to pit realistically unless he gets another caution. So what was an advantage has become a disadvantage, and as the green flag flies, speaking of advantage, there goes Team Highside, Cameron Stone, with a massive jump, just like Team Highside tends to get. And behind them, look at that, third place, Kyle Moon. This is pretty much the furthest up the grid he's been all night. And he has been running pretty solid all night long. I mean, he has been in and around the top 5. Even when he falls back a little bit, he never really falls that far back, never really outside the top 10 or anything. A little bit of damage to that car, but I mean, I don't really see too many cars out here that don't have damage. So he's running a pretty solid P3 right now as we ride on board. He's chasing down Bryson Hicksonbaugh, as well as defending from Jonathan Delaney behind him in P4. And just kind of hitting his marks, doing his best to try and hold his line and just wait it out and see what happens close to the end of this thing.
Indeed, and yeah, the number 61 of Kyle Moon. My apologies there. He has some damage, but like we were talking about earlier, I mean, we saw Cameron Caldwell. He was in third, and he had a lot of damage. So I don't think damage is something you really have to worry about here. Of course, certain damage, yes, but some of it, you don't really have to worry about it, especially at a short track like Martinsville Speedway. But yeah, top two has stayed the same, of course, but top 3 now. In third, Tyler Moon.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up. Finally up in that podium position. Kyle Moon running a great race. And as long as he keeps his head on his shoulders, he'll be able to, I think, bring home a podium position tonight. But right now, I think the question is, when do these guys get more aggressive? Because we are under 100 laps to go. And these guys are going to be racing it out for the win. And while we saw a lot of patience early on, especially from drivers like Delaney and Bryson Hicksonbaugh, I think the time for patience is slowly starting to crumble.
And the caution comes out. The caution flag waves. I think I see somebody. That is Randy Drumhiller, the number 30. And we're going to get a replay of this.
So when that happened, it looked like Drumhiller was running P11, 3 laps down.
Yeah, it looked like, he downshifted, and That's what caused that.
Wow.
Unfortunate for him.
Unfortunate for him, but a huge break for Zach Probst, because now he can pit, get fresh tires. He's on the lead lap, and just as quickly as his strategy crumbled away and it cost him a lot of positions, he's back in the game.
Yeah, that's a great point. Now Zach Probst can hit, and it looks like, yeah, there's about 8 cars on the lead lap here, out of the 23 who qualified, and of course some of those have taken it to the garage, but 8 cars on the lead lap, and Zach Probst and some others, of course, a lot of others, I should say, pitting. And now we're gonna just restart here from about like lap 4:15 or so, I'd say. So this is gonna be an interesting restart as the laps are kind of winding down here, as we're currently lap 413 of 500 here at Martinsville Speedway. Yeah, I mean, there's not completely much to worry about for like we've said, Bryson Hicksonbaugh. Now, yes, he's been running near the front, up near the front, like in second, but we've talked about this before. He doesn't have much to worry about. He's locked in. I've said that a bunch of times. He's locked in. But it'd still be cool for him, of course, to get a good finish. You always want a good finish. But he doesn't have much pressure on him. So, and I believe, yeah.
And you know, really, this is kind of the interesting dynamic of this all, is that the drivers that are going to be restarting up front really are the drivers that don't have much pressure on them. Both of the Team High Side drivers, Bryson Hicksonbaugh, Cameron Stone, they're locked in. You know, they don't have any pressure on them. But the guys behind them, Jonathan Delaney, there's a lot of pressure on him to try and win this race, get locked into the Final Four. You know, Jonathan Delaney has said in the past that Phoenix is a good track for him. If he were to make it to the Final Four, he's got a serious shot at winning the championship. And what an underdog story that would be if he was able to get to Phoenix, get the win, and take the championship from the guy who won 14 races in the season. That would be absolutely incredible. But to do that, he's going to have to win it here tonight. So he's going to be restarting P3 on the inside row. Not a bad spot to be in. Obviously not as good as restarting in first. But if there's a second best, definitely that is it. On the inside row, right behind the leader, in prime position to try and pounce, get around Bryson Hicksonbaugh. But again, we don't know the extent of the damage and how it's affecting his handling. His car doesn't look too beat up in the grand scheme of things, and we've seen cars with damage really kind of prosper, like Cameron Caldwell earlier. But Cameron Stone getting a bit of a jump there, and Delaney not getting a jump. He dropped back a little bit. He's back into fourth now. Kyle Amoon is going to go ahead and take over P3 where he was before this restart. So the top three is back to what it was. Zach Probst did gain a couple positions on that restart. He is up into fifth. So just like that, he's back in the top five, currently trying to work his way around John Delaney in fourth. And that is going to be a battle that'll be interesting to see, because both of these guys are kind of in a situation where they need to win. But up front, I don't think there's any love lost between these teammates. You know, these guys, they kind of have a fun rivalry. It's nothing serious, but they do have a bit of a rivalry, even though they're teammates. And they like to mess with each other and definitely race each other hard. So when they're up front like this, racing for the lead, especially at a track like Martinsville, you know they're going to be putting on a show. The lap times last time around, Cameron Stone was a 19.096 to Bryson Hicksonbaugh's 19.050. So actually a little bit faster for Bryson that time. Could be a little bit of short run speed for Bryson. And I'm curious, because we have not seen Bryson in the lead for pretty much the entire race. He started on the pole, he led a few laps, and then he was immediately overtaken. But I'm curious now that it seems like the car is getting a little bit better progressively throughout this race, what he might be able to do if he were to get the clean air of being in the lead. Because we saw Zach Probst kind of struggle in traffic a little bit, and it was difficult for him to make passes. His pace was a little bit slower than what his potential was. But then as soon as he took the lead, as soon as he had that clear track ahead of him, it was like a light switch got flipped. He was just gone. I mean, his pace increased, the car seemed to handle better, and he just rode away with it for many, many laps in stage two. And I'm wondering if Bryson Nixonbach could do something similar if he's able to get to the lead. And honestly, I think if he can get close enough, he's going to make a lunge. He's not really letting Cameron Stone drive away with it yet. They're kind of maintaining the gap right there firmly at 0.3 seconds. And it seems like corner exit is Bryson's strong suit. You know, they go into the corner. The 57 gets a little bit of a better entry, but then on corner exit, the 63 closes that gap right back up. So, going to be interesting to see if the 63 can get the lead. Can he keep it?
Indeed, and you know, that's a great point. I mean, Zach Probst, yeah, he got to the lead and then had all of that clean air and just took off. So we're gonna see if Bryson Hixenbaugh can do that. I'm not. I would think so. And like you said, Bryson Hixenbaugh seems to have better corner exit than the number 57 of Cameron Stone. Had a good entry there. And then tie that together with good corner exit. And yeah, they're maintaining this gap here. It's been about the same, as it looks like Cameron Stone entered that corner just a bit better than Hixenbaugh. But, yeah, this is great racing here, and they're close. It looks like this gap is starting to close in just a bit. And yeah, if Hixenbaugh can overtake the number 57 of Cameron Stone, who's been dominating a lot of this race.
He's there now.
Could he just stay in the lead? Yeah, now he's there. The gap just keeps closing in the gap here. And yeah, he's there. He just needs to find the right time, find the right place to make the right move at the right time for things to go his way. See what he can do here. Yeah, just waiting for the opportunity.
And I gotta say, I think a little bit closer to the end of the race, if the gap is still this close, I think Hixenbaugh is going to move his teammate. Neither of them have anything to lose. They're both locked into the final four, and I would expect the chrome horn to be used right there. But right now, we still got about 71 laps to go in this race, so a little bit too early. You don't want to move anybody too early, because you do that, and then they just got more time to get their payback and move you in turn. That's pretty much how Martin Truex lost Martinsville in real life. You know, he spent all that time getting around Joey Logano clean, but he passed him about a lap or two too early, because then Logano had a whole nother lap just to move him out of the way and get the win. So definitely the strategy, I think, is just to not show your cards too soon. And I think these two cars up front are definitely some of the dominant cars in the field, as they have both acquired about a 2-second gap back to John Delaney and Kyle Moon, who are battling it out for third and fourth. About the same gap between them for third as it is between two leaders here for first. So kind of two battles going on at the track. But Hixenbaugh, you know, he closed that gap, and he has kept it close. He hasn't fallen back. It doesn't seem like he burned up his equipment too much getting there. This seems like they're on very equal footing. And like I mentioned earlier, these guys are teammates. They're going to be on pretty much identical setups. So I wouldn't expect Bryson Hixenbaugh's car to fade too much before Cam's does. I would expect both of their cars to kind of deteriorate in similar fashions, meaning this gap, if they continue to turn laps as cleanly and consistently as they have, is going to remain. You know, this gap is going to continue to play out this way. And Bryson Hixenbaugh actually gets on the curb a little bit. Yeah. So he actually bounced off the curb, lost about half a car length there, but man, he could have lost a lot more. When you hit that curb, you don't know where that car is going to go. It could spin to the left, spin to the right. It could get a couple inches of air and just go straight. I mean, it's a very inconsistent thing when you hit that curb, but luckily, Hixenbaugh kind of got away lucky, as now he's getting into the wall a little bit. I don't know, I think the 63 might be trying a little bit too hard. He's really pushing that thing.
Yeah, he did, of course, hit the curb and then hit the wall, but that could have been much worse, as now Cameron Stone trying to make his way around lap traffic. Trying to get around the number 5 of Alex Prince, and he does. And now coming up on Damaris Hickenbottom, who, like we mentioned, has not been having the greatest night that one could have. Involved in almost every, I'd say, contact incident, because a lot of the spinning incidents. But the different contact incidents he's been involved in So just not the night for the number 09 of Damaris Hickenbottom. But yeah, these two, Cameron Stone and Bryson Hixenbaugh. A bit of a gap now, of course, because Hixenbaugh obviously hitting the curb just like he does there. He even got the curb just a little bit. Not as much as he did last time, though. But these small things will just keep adding up, and the gap will keep getting bigger.
That's the thing about oval racing, man. Little bobbles like that, little mistakes that seem inconsequential, can really affect how things go. It's not quite like road racing where you make a bobble in one sector and then you immediately make it up in the next. It's, you know, the racing on these oval circuits is so methodical, so repetitive that you make one mistake, you get out of the rhythm a little bit, and you just lose a little bit too much to really even make up for it. So Bryson Hixenbaugh had a couple of bad laps. He made a couple of mistakes. I say bad, he's running second, one of the fastest cars on the track, but for him, he ran a couple of bad laps, and now the gap has went from 0.2 seconds to down to about 0.7, almost 0.65. Last time around for Cameron Stone, it was a 20.196. Bryson Hixenbaugh, 20.221. So about a tenth faster for that 57 machine, and maybe a result of a little bit of damage. Maybe the 63 did hit the outside wall. He also hit the curb, which could have maybe bent something or messed something up. But overall, I think maybe Bryson just kind of burned up his equipment a little bit quicker than Cam because he was really riding him. I mean, he was on the bumper trying to pressure him into making a mistake. Ultimately, Cam didn't make a mistake. Who knows? Maybe that's because Cam can't make a mistake with how tight that car is. Bryson Hixenbaugh's trying to pressure him into oversteering or overbraking, but with how tight that car seems to be handling, Cam might not be able to wreck that car if he wanted to.
Yeah, that's a good point there. And we were even talking about earlier, and Cameron Stone was talking about, he wasn't so happy with the way his car was feeling, this tight feeling, but I mean, it's working out for him, and he's having pretty much of a smooth ride here, and I'd be happy. I think that at this point, one could get used to it, because obviously this is the way it's felt for a while now. But I think by now, if I were him, I would get a bit used to it. But of course, I'm not the driver. I don't know what he's feeling right now. But I just have to say that maybe that's something that you could definitely get used to, and then once you're more comfortable with it, you're good. You're better than you were.
Right, and adapt he has. I mean, he definitely seems to have adapted to it. You can tell by the line he's running. He's entering the corner kind of high and arcing it down in. That's definitely the way you would want to drive a car that's a little bit too tight. You don't want to pinch a car down to the bottom of the track if it doesn't want to steer, if it has that understeer. So he's running the line he needs to run. He knows how the car is handling, and he's doing a good job combating it. Obviously, every driver has their preference. It's like I said, Cam is the kind of driver that he could be leading the race by a substantial margin, but if the car doesn't feel the way he likes it, he'll say, it could be better. And I've done the same thing. I mean, I've done that myself in real life. RC car racing, I've said things like, man, the suspension on this car sucks. It's too soft. It's trash. And then I go and I win the race. But, everybody has their preferences, and Cam does like a loose car. So I'd imagine even if he's adapting to it, even if he is getting used to it, still might not be the most pleasant thing to drive, especially at a track like Martinsville where, you have a little bit of understeer at a track like Las Vegas or Kansas. That's one thing. But at a track like Martinsville, where you're constantly cranking the wheel and the car is struggling to turn to begin with, then you make it a little bit more tight on top of that as a result of damage. And it might not bother you too much for 50 laps, 100 laps, but you got to think, Cam got this damage like 300 laps ago, something like that. And he's been fighting this tight car for that long. This race is an endurance race, man. The amount of energy and effort put into just wheeling these cars around the track and giving it the steering inputs that it requires for this long is something in and of itself, let alone when you're fighting a car that just isn't quite doing what you want it to do. So definitely an interesting story for Cameron Stone, a car that he hates how it handles, but he's got a 1.5 second lead, which, speaking of the 1.5 second lead, we mentioned Bryson was kind of falling back a little bit. It was a 0.2 second gap. Then he brought it back down to about 0.4, now all the way up to 1.6 seconds back. So definitely seems like he used up his equipment trying to run down that 57, but I'm just getting word, update on Damaris Hickenbottom. Unfortunately, he has officially been knocked out of the Final Four, and he will be unable to compete for the championship at Phoenix. So just a horrible night. You see it sometimes in racing. Sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad days, and Damaris had himself a bad day. He got involved in a lot of things that weren't his fault. He's 17 laps down now and really didn't do anything wrong. He was just a bystander, wrong place, wrong time, several times in a row, and the damage just accumulated to the point where that car was just unable to continue. So rough night, and definitely hate to see it. But further up the grid, first car on the lead lap or last car on the lead lap, I should say, is Kevin Steele. He is in 7th place, and he is 10.6 seconds back, so about exactly half a lap down. If this were to stay green, it's possible Cameron might catch him and put him a lap down, but the difference in pace right now isn't super substantial, so it would definitely be close. Other than that, just not a whole lot going on around the track. We're kind of separated. We're in the phase of the race now where we've been green long enough that everybody's car is sort of settling in, and we're just kind of riding around. And these guys, I don't think these guys are complaining, for sure. I mean, at a track like this, if you can afford to have a long green flag run like this and get in the rhythm, that's exactly what you want. That is the ideal situation. You don't want this race being broken up or slowed down by a bunch of cautions, every few laps or anything like that. It's something that gets frustrating for the drivers when they, the race goes on a lot longer than expected, or when they build up these big leads like Cameron Stone has and like the 25 car did earlier, and that big lead that they have built up is just continually taken away by cautions and yellow flags. So definitely, I think right now for the racers, this is kind of the race that they want to see.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's definitely it's working out well for them, I'd say. And of course, your top three, Cameron Stone, Bryson Higginbottom, and Jonathan Delaney, who has made his way up to the 3rd position. So that's pretty cool for him. Of course, still wanting that win, though, as he's in a must-win situation, as we are just now entering lap 460 here in just a bit. Out of lap 500, the laps are winding down here at Martinsville Speedway, and I don't know. I think that Cameron Stone, as long as everything goes to plan like it has been, I think he's got this race. He's been dominating all the way through. There we go. All the way through. And stage 1, stage 2, got that marked. Can he sweep it to actually win the race? We're going to see what he can do as we're on lap 461 now.
Absolutely. So right now what I'm looking at is the gap between Jonathan Delaney and Bryson Higginbottom. So they're about 1.4 seconds separated. Jonathan Delaney has slowly, and I do mean slowly, been catching up to Bryson. Now, the reason I'm keeping an eye on that, and the reason I think that's important, is let's say Jonathan Delaney is able to actually catch up to Bryson, get around him, which would take some time, but it is possible. Last time around for Bryson, 20.681 for John Delaney's 20.687. So very similar lap times. If Delaney could get around Bryson, and then a caution came out, suddenly Jonathan Delaney finds himself with a front row starting position for the first time all night. If he were to get a good start, if Cameron Stone were able to, or just happened to spin his tires or get loose like he did right there, Cameron Stone just got way loose coming out of 4 there. If something were to maybe happen and he's got that front row starting position, he's not out of it. John Delaney could maybe pull out a miracle win, but to set himself up for it, he's going to have to get around Higginbottom. So, going to be interesting to see, and I'm going to keep an eye on him. But the caution
comes out as you say that.
And it's probes.
And, yeah, probes.
Take a look at the
caution comes out.
So, just all on his own. Just got loose on corner exit. He's been loose for a while.
About 15 laps he was loose, I'd say. And, yeah, he's still a little loose here.
Yeah, he lost it way before he spun out, too. You could see that car start to get unsettled right when he went into the corner. That's a terrible feeling as a driver, man. You know, to have that car get away from you right at corner entry and to know that there's really not much you can do to recover it. I mean, what the 162 did there was about the best case scenario. He got that thing woed up. He prevented himself from really getting into anything. And in that kind of situation, that's all you can ask for. So everybody's making their way down pit road. Jonathan Delaney almost outside of his pit stall. The right rear is actually on the yellow line. We're this real NASCAR, that actually might be an issue, but iRacing doesn't care, so we don't care. Cameron Stone now making his way out of the pits. Jonathan Delaney going to maintain the third car in line there. So nothing gained, nothing lost for Jonathan Delaney, and the top two are also going to remain the same. But this is interesting now. You know, it's going to be about 30 laps to go, give or take. Yep, he's in good position. But give or take 30 laps to go when we go green. That's not long to go at this track. At this track, 30 laps, that'll go by in a matter of 15 minutes. So now's the time to strike. If you're Jonathan Delaney, you're in a must-win situation. Your car's beat up. What are you going to do? You're going to send it. You're going to drive as hard as you can. And with that third place starting position on the inside, that is not a bad place to be. If he puts the bumper to Cameron Stone, gets himself the lead, gets the clean air, who knows what could happen.
Yeah, I mean, I was also thinking that, of course, he's not in second, talking about Jonathan Delaney, he's not in second, but he is in third, and if that inside line, he could get to just be in second, behind, of course, Cameron Stone, and then maybe use the bumper, be a little bit aggressive as the laps are starting to wind down, and make a move on Cameron Stone and get what he's been wanting for a while now during this race, or pretty much the whole race. He's been wanting a win, because he needs a win if he wants to advance to Phoenix. So Jonathan Delaney's night has had its ups and downs. He was doing all right for the first half of the race or so, and then, of course, involved in a caution, and wasn't having the greatest night. We didn't see him up front too much. Then we started to see him up front a bit more, and then we saw him now make his way up to third under this caution. And the pace car lights are off, so this time by they will be going green. We're going to see how the restart will go, and if it will go the way that Jonathan Delaney wants it to go, to where he'll be behind Cameron Stone directly, to where he'll be in position to possibly make a move soon on Cameron Stone. And the green flag is back in the air. Cameron Stone with a great start, and I believe, Bryson Hixenbaugh will be behind him. Not what Jonathan Delaney was wanting to see, but there still is, I don't want to say a lot of laps left, because there's only like 30 laps left, and as you mentioned, Martinsville, that's not really a lot, you would say.
Yeah, that's definitely not the restart that Delaney was looking for. He's still in a good spot. He's in third place. If he were to get another caution, or if something were to happen between the two leaders, he's in the catbird seat. So it's not over till it's over. Not in the ideal situation right now, but he is in a situation that could work, given everything kind of played out for him. But right now, we're just kind of watching a repeat of the last restart. We got the two leaders just kind of driving away with it, and Bryson Hixenbaugh pretty much sticking with Cameron Stone early on in this run, like we saw before. Seemed like only later on in the run where Bryson Hixenbaugh's car started to fade a little bit. And I had mentioned earlier, I didn't expect Bryson's car to really fade that much quicker than Cameron Stone's, because they really are probably on the same setup, given they are teammates. But one thing to consider as well is Cameron Stone probably isn't sliding his tires as much. The car feels tight, so it's probably rotating a little bit more without sliding and skating, whereas Bryson's car is undamaged, so it's probably a little bit looser, probably a little bit more tire skating going on, and maybe just a little bit of difference in tire wear that throughout the run just sort of adds up. We're riding on board. That is Bryson Hixenbaugh's gyro cam, and he is still not letting the 57 drive away with it, just kind of maintaining that 0.6 second gap, and then behind him, it is 1 second back from Bryson Hixenbaugh to get to Jonathan Delaney. his car just doesn't seem to be on the pace that it was before the damage. It seems like that damage, being front end damage on that grill, really is holding him up on the straightaways. Like I'm watching his top speed, I'm watching, his car, and I'm kind of listening to his engine. It does seem like he's down on power a little bit. So unfortunate for him when he did have one of the faster cars early in the night. And then, of course, behind him, you've got Zach Probst, who was actually the cause of that caution. He doesn't lose that much track position despite causing the caution, simply due to the fact that there wasn't that many cars on the lead lap. So with the amount of cars that were on the lead lap, he only went to the tail end. And Hixenbach, loose out of turn 4, I think it was. Turn 2, sorry. Way loose. And that allowed Jonathan Delaney to close the gap up quite a bit. And with that slide, that might have ended up flat spotting Bryson's tires. So we're going to have to see how that affects his handling going forward here.
Yeah, that was pretty loose, like big time there. As Jonathan Delaney now just very close on closing in the gap between him and Bryson Hixenbaugh. As Cameron Stone, like, all right, I'll pull away even more now that my buddy Bryson Hixenbaugh has got a little loose. So, yeah, I mean, Jonathan Delaney, I think maybe if he can get around, and this is what we were talking about before the last caution, if he can get around Hixenbaugh, which at this point he has an even higher chance to get around him. If he can get around him, and there so happens to be a caution that is thrown, that may work out well for Jonathan Delaney if he can get a good restart, which Cameron Stone has been having pretty good restarts, so we'd have to see how that would work out. But if Jonathan Delaney could get an even better restart or so, or even just be directly behind Cameron Stone at a restart and make a move around him, as Jonathan Delaney hits the wall a bit there. But, like, yeah, I think that something like that could really help Jonathan Delaney if he made a move like such.
And he's not really letting the gap get too big. He's just kind of sticking right there with Bryson Hixenbach. Again, I think Bryson's car is not as good as it once was, in the words of Toby Keith, because he slid that so much on corner exit that had to flat spot the tires just a bit. And so that kind of puts him and Delaney on level footing. Delaney's got a little bit of damage. His car's not quite as good as it should be. Bryson Hixenbach's got flat-spotted tires. His car's not as good as it should be. So Delaney has a chance. If he could get around him and like you said, get that yellow flag, you just have to see. Another thing to consider, too, is how a yellow flag pit sequence could change things. Let's say Delaney gets around Hixenbach, caution comes out. Then Delaney is entering the pits right behind Cameron Stone. If Delaney gets just a slightly better pit stop and beats Stone out of the pits, suddenly he's starting in first place, and that's about the biggest advantage you could ask to have. Now, granted, that's relying on a lot of what ifs. What if he got around Bryson? What if we got a caution? And then what if he managed to get a good stop? But as the driver, if you're Jonathan Delaney sitting in that seat right now, driving that car, you're thinking of that. You're thinking about that kind of thing. Like, okay, what if this happened? How should I plan for this? And it's kind of what you got to do. Yeah, it's kind of absurd to think that all three of those things would happen to get him a front row restart position. But you got to be prepared for in case it does if you're the driver, because you got to be able to capitalize on things like that. And, like we talked about in prior broadcasts, you are your own crew chief, you are your own spotter, you are your own strategist. There's nobody, usually for a lot of these, there's nobody really telling them what to do, when to pit, and all of that. But now we got a battle for third. That is Kyle Lamoon trying to get to the bottom of the lane. They're going to stay door to door. They're going to make their way down the back stretch, and Kyle Lamoon in the preferred line on the bottom. Delaney is going to try and fight back on the high side. They're going to stay door to door. I mean, Delaney is not giving this spot up easy. I'm not sure he's going to be able to keep his spot, and he is. He gets clear of Kyle Lamoon. He's back up in the third. Lost some time to Bryson due to all of that, but overall managed to keep his position, which that was a really impressive defense. Behind them, this is on board with Zach Probst. He is currently in a battle with Kevin Consistency Steele. 20.2 last time around for Kevin Steele, 20.0 for Zach Probst. So Probst has a fast car. He is absolutely fine, but there's a lot of traffic to try and deal with, and not much racing left to do. We got 10 to go with the line, And this is winding down. Zach Brooks is a little bit further back the running order, 5 seconds back in P6. I'm not sure he has time to catch the leader under green, but he has spun out again. And I believe that's the third time. That is the third time he has spun on his own. So that is going to be probably ruled that he has to park the car.
Yeah, I would have to think so, because we saw that earlier, with a couple of others, and you know, I think, yeah, I think that's probably what's going to happen. I think that may have happened because immediately after that, he went straight to his pit box.
Yeah.
Without actually going there, so I believe he was parked.
Yeah, I think he hit the tow button and then just
Yeah.
And then he's gonna park it from there. So an unfortunate break. He was definitely giving it everything he could. I mean, he was pushing the car pretty much beyond its limits. That's why he spun twice consecutively here within the last few laps. And it's just because he's trying to squeeze every ounce of performance out of that car as he can. And just went a little bit past its limits, and unfortunately, it came back to bite him. And everybody is in their pit stall, and I don't think any of the leaders took 2 tires. No bold moves there, Cotton. They're just gonna take their 4 tires and fuel, and it is Cameron Stone that maintains the lead out of the pits. Bryson Nixonbaugh maintains second, and again, Jonathan Delaney is going to be restarting third. So Jonathan Delaney didn't get the best restart last time. He started in third. I thought maybe he was really going to get on the gas and get aggressive with Cameron Stone, but kind of spun his tires a little bit and fell too far back to really be within striking distance. This time, he's got another chance, and we're going to have to see what he does with it. I mean, when we go green, we're on lap 494 now out of 500. Probably going to be about 496 when we go green, so we're going to be going green with 5 circuits around the track remaining. That is practically nothing at all when you consider we made 500 laps almost tonight. So it's go time. We talked about it earlier. The closer we get to the end, the more aggressive you got to be, the less time you have. So I'm curious to see what John Delaney's going to do. He hasn't been super aggressive all night, and who knows, maybe that's not going to change, but I'm kind of expecting it to. Ramirez Hickenbottom leading the field right now. He is 17 laps down. He's going to be taking a wave around, I would assume, gaining another lap. But again, he was confirmed to be pointed out of the top 4 regardless. So basically just limping at home and finishing the race out on principle, trying to do the best he can. And that's that never quit attitude. We talk about it so much with this league, but there's a lot of drivers in this group that, they'll have a bad race. They'll be knocked out of contention. They'll have a lot of damage on their cars, and they finish the race out. They stick with it, and they just have that sort of tenacity to just kind of roll with it. And I think the other drivers appreciate that. The spectators appreciate it, and it's very commendable. It's easy to get frustrated and say, you know what, I'm done. Like, I'm just going to park it. I'm done. But it's more difficult to say, whatever, I'm going to stick this through and just see where we finish. So that's what Ramirez Hickenbottom's doing. He's finishing it out. Kudos to him. Cameron Caldwell, a little bit further back. He's a lap down in the running order there, I believe. But pace car is going to make a hard left turn for hopefully the final time. Not a guarantee. And Cameron Stone with a fantastic restart, and in a mirror image of the previous restart, John Delaney not getting a good jump, seems to have spun his tires a little bit. And Kyle Lamoon up into P3. Let's see if Kyle Lamoon can run down these front runners and try to get something for him.
Whoa, and around goes the number 6 of Jonathan Delaney, as he will get it straightened out. There will be no caution. He's still a little loose, hitting the wall.
Whoa, Cameron Stone!
And the caution goes around. That's Cameron Stone!
The leader has spun.
The one who is dominating this race has spun out and brought out another caution here at Martinsville. And just, I'm let loose. Well, we're gonna go even back here on the 3Y TV replay on your screen. And first that started with the 6 of Delaney, just got loose there, and Kevin Steele got a tiny bit of that. And then Cameron Stone riding on board with him
I'm speechless. I am absolutely speechless.
And this will be the first attempt of 3 attempts of a green-white checkered. That is an absolute terrible mishap for the number 57 of Cameron Stone, who has been dominating pretty much the entirety of this race.
That's
You
got to
just
be a
gotta feel.
heartbreak. I mean, we're
Yeah,
talking about.
I thought for sure that he was gonna. He had a great restart. He had great restarts up until then, and that's just really
Yeah.
unfortunate. And as you can see on your screen, first of 3 attempts at a
We
green-white checkered.
we had talked about how much this race meant to Cam. Martinsville, one of his favorite tracks on the circuit. But let's have a word with him. Let's see if we can find him and bring him into the booth here and have a quick word with him. If we can find him in the chats. Remember, I don't have the permissions to. Oh, okay. Apparently, I do have permissions now. So I'm gonna try to find Cameron Stone, and there he is. Okay. Cameron Stone, you got a copy? Cameron Stone. That is A-okay and understandable. I probably wouldn't want to talk either. So we're gonna get him back into his team chat there. No comment from Cameron Stone. Just heartbreaking. I mean, leading so much of this race and getting loose with less than 2 laps to go. He's going to be restarting 7th position. That's going to be an almost impossible deficit to make up within the time span of a green-white checkered. Were we to get another attempt at a green-white checkered and he gained positions both times, perhaps, but very unlikely. So, with that revelation, the focus shifts. Kyle Amoon starting outside row 1 as the lights go off on the pace car. This is a driver who has been up front all night long. This is a driver who has overcome several incidents, most of which not even his fault. He has worked through everything. And now, for the first time all race long, he has found himself restarting on the front row. And it just so happens to be for a green-white checker. If ever there was a chance to try and get around Bryson Nixonbaugh and claim a league win, now is the chance. The pace car makes the hard left turn, and around 3 and 4 they go. Bryson Nixonbaugh gets on the loud pedal. Kyle Amoon spins his tires a little bit. Doesn't lose quite as much time as I would have expected. He manages to keep second. Kevin Steele down on the bottom line. He's going to attack for second. And Kevin Steele is clear up into P2 as Bryson Nixonbaugh is now driving away with the lead. 0.3 seconds is the gap. We're taking the white flag this time by Kevin Steele, 0.3 seconds back. Contact. John Delaney hard into the outside wall, sliding across the start-finish line. No caution yet. They're going to let him race back to the line. Still, 0.5 seconds. Kevin Steele is back, and into 3 and 4 they go. Bryson Nixonbaugh is going to round the corner towards the start-finish line and claim yet another league victory here at Martinsville.
Wow. I thought for sure that Cameron Stone would have had that one, but unfortunately for him, had that little mishap there, and very unfortunate for him. But we're gonna stay with Bryson Nixonbaugh, as he will make sure that he owns the track right now, and he's gonna have a little celebration here once he chooses to. And there it is, celebratory donuts. Drivers in the voice chat congratulating him and saying good race. So, congratulations to Bryson Nixonbaugh. Definitely a great finish. But we're gonna take a quick break here and let Bryson Nixonbaugh finish his celebration, and then we'll get back to you with race results and top 3 interviews.
And we are back at Martinsville for the post-race coverage here on 3 Wide TV. I'm Andre Granbush with Nicholas Reese, who had to leave a little bit early. Carlos Acosta pushing buttons for me up in the booth. We're going to take a look at our final finishing order before getting into the top 3 interviews. So your race winner, Bryson Hixenbaugh. It's not very often that you say you didn't expect Bryson to win a race, but man, the way things looked early on, didn't expect Bryson to really be there quite at the end, and then crazy things happened, and he grabbed another league win. Congratulations to Bryson Hixenbaugh for winning at Martinsville. Kevin Steele with an impressive second-place finish, most likely securing himself a spot in the Final Four at Phoenix. Kyle Amoon with an impressive third-place finish. Cameron Stone with a soul-crushing fourth place after dominating so much of the race. You can see most laps led Cameron Stone 363, but he spun out when it mattered most, bringing it home P4. Cameron Caldwell in 5th, another driver who most likely secured himself a spot in the Final Four. Alex Prince in 6th. Jonathan Delaney with a great effort all race long, unfortunately coming up just a bit short of the Final Four, is going to finish 7th. Brandon Pierce 8th. Wayne Grassy 9th. Preston McRae 10th. Looking a little bit further back through the top 20, and it is going to be Nicholas Weatherby in the 24, finishing 11th. Zach Probst in the 162, who had a great car, led a lot of laps, unfortunately spun out 3 times on his own, and as per league rules, 3 strikes and you're parked. So he ended up having to take the tow back to the garage after that final spin towards the end of the race, finishing 12th. Damaris Hickenbottom, who entered the race with a 5-point cushion into the Final Four, is going to wind up outside of the Final Four, not making the playoffs at Phoenix after a very rough and tough night for him. Randy Drumhiller bringing it home 14th, Matthew Woods 15th, Cody Bird 16th, Dakota Knoll 17th, Josh Coppernall 18th, Christopher Hammond 19th, and Nolan Hodgson 20th. And then rounding out the rest of the field from 21st on back, Jimmy Costarellos, Logan Simmons, and Brian Mabry is going to round out your field. With that, we're going to bring in our top 3 finishers if we can find them. We're going to try and get them in here. Try to get the race winner first. See if we can find Bryson in the chat. All right. Bryson Hixenbaugh, you got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Bryson, it was a good win. You had a great race all race long, kept it clean, and when it mattered most, you were there. Can you walk me through what happened towards the end of that race there?
It was just restarts. Something always crazy happens at the end of these races, and fortunately for my teammate Cameron Stone, we got one too many restarts, and he lost it. I'm happy to win, but I'm not happy that it happened like that. He dominated this, and this is his home track, and he really wanted this, and it sucks that happened to him.
It was an unfortunate day for several of your teammates. Damaris Hickenbottom also had a rough night, getting involved in a lot of incidents that weren't his fault, but at the very least, you can say you kind of carried the team forward to a win and kind of shined a light on what was otherwise a dark race. And another benefit to this all is you're carrying a lot of momentum going into the final race at Phoenix. Obviously, you already locked yourself into the Final Four. You knew going into this race that no matter where you finished, you were going to be at Phoenix contending for the championship. But now you're going into Phoenix with a win. And tell me what that means going forward.
It's good. Just before my win last week, I had my longest winless streak of the season, if you even want to call it that, at like 6 races or what it got to. I just had a really great year all year, and then a little bit of a slump there at the end. And then it's good to get it back just before the final race and hopefully lead into 3 straight.
Absolutely. Before we let you go, is there anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd just like to talk about my teammate Cameron Stone again. He was the dominant car. He was going to win this. Cam, please don't kill anyone.
Well, we certainly hope he doesn't do that, and we also hope that his headset survived the incident. Congratulations on your win, Bryson, and good luck next week at Phoenix.
Thank you.
All right, that was your race winner, Bryson Hixenbaugh. Up next, second place finisher, Kevin Steele. Bring him up in here. Kevin Steele, you got a copy? Kevin? This is 3 Wide TV. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you. You hear me?
Kevin Steele. It was a consistent night, all right. You were running up pretty much all night, and then towards the end, some chaos broke out. You managed to get a second place, and most likely secured yourself into a championship contention spot going into Phoenix. We're gonna get the official points update a little bit later on, but right now it looks like you're gonna be fighting for the championship. How does that feel?
A lot better than the last 2 weeks. It felt, that's for sure. That was a wild race. I think I had top 10 speed through most of it. But yeah, caution just kind of fell my way, and a couple guys made mistakes, and I honestly, it ended up a little bit like Vegas. Other guys didn't seem to want those positions, so I'll gladly take them. But yeah, I think I gotta add up the points and everything, but it looks like the four will be Bryson, Stone, Caldwell, and myself. So that feels awesome. Beginning of the season, my goal was the round of 8, but after getting second in the regular season, I would have been really disappointed to not make the championship 4, and I did just about everything that I could not to make it the last 2 weeks. So it feels good to just have a clean race and yeah, to have a shot at it.
Absolutely. Now, I got to ask, how do you feel about Phoenix? Is that a track you're particularly looking forward to, or is this going to be a track that to get that championship, you're going to have to really hit the books and really study that track and learn the lines?
It's not a mile and a half, so that's nice. It's a track that the driver can make a bit of difference, so I do enjoy it a lot. I got third there in the spring. Bryson's going to be really, really tough. That's his home track, and he likes it, and he was really, really fast there in the spring. So, but I enjoy it. Hopefully I can be as prepared as I want to be going into it, and I just want to fight for it. Wherever the chips may fall, I'm just going to give it everything I got.
We're absolutely looking forward to seeing what you can do. Before we let you go, Kevin, anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Yeah, as always, I want to thank my parents for watching and supporting me. I saw them this morning, and they wished me luck, and they knew how bad the last couple of weeks have been. So shout out to them. Big shout out to Apex Racing, everybody that's been working with us. Huge shout out to Brandon Pierce. He's been working with us on setups the last couple weeks, and he's done a lot of really awesome things for us. And the setup I ran tonight was one that he built, and the car was excellent. So yeah, it's definitely a specific shout out to Brandon.
All right. Well, congratulations on your podium finish, P2, and good luck next week.
Thanks a lot, guys.
That was your second place finisher, Kevin Steele. Now we're going to go ahead and try to find our third place finisher if he's in any of the voice chats here. Trying to see if we can find him. All right, we have found him. Kyle Moon, you got a copy?
Yeah, guys, got you loud and clear. You got me?
Yep, we got you. Well, it was a really strong performance all night long. We were talking about it, how you were just kind of quietly running towards the front, just kind of stalking them. And then at the end of the race, when it really mattered, you were absolutely there, and you managed to capture a podium finish. What was your thought process going through this race?
Just to hang out, just to ride around and make sure I was there at the end, because it's such a long race. You just need to be there at the end and make sure your car is in one piece. You can't have anything beat up. I knocked the nose in on one of the restarts, and it just got really tight there at the end.
Yeah, a lot of cars got a little bit of damage out there, and it seemed like every little bit of damage was just changing how those cars handled and the aero of them. And it was interesting to see how everybody kind of adapted to the way their cars were changing. And adapt you did. I mean, you ran a fantastic race, and you can't complain about a third. And that's some good momentum going into the final race at Phoenix. Kind of a similar track, flat track, short track. And we're definitely looking forward to seeing what you can do there. But before we let you go, Kyle, is there anybody you'd like to shout out or thank?
Yeah, actually, I got to thank my brother and Brian Lamb for helping me out with the setup this week. We've been putting some hours in and trying to get something to drive pretty good, and I think we got it really good, but we just got a little more work to do on it, and tonight was a good night for it.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you for your time, Kyle, and good luck next week.
Thank you very much. Have a good night, guys.
You too. That was your third place finisher, Kyle Moon. With that, that concludes the post-race coverage. Be sure to tune in next week for the final race. The final four are going to go head-to-head for a championship title in the Galaxy Cup Series right there at Phoenix. And it's going to be broadcast here on 3Wide TV. For 3Wide TV, I'm Andre Grandbush. For Nicholas and for Carlos Acosta up in the booth. And for Galaxy and everybody who puts it on, all of the admins, Damaris Hickenbottom, Kevin Steele, and the rest of them. We thank you for tuning in, and we'll catch you next week.